Good morning, everyone. I welcome all of you for today's session. I hope everything is well connected. Is it working well? Hope so. Yeah. Okay. So, good morning, all of you. Um, Yesterday, we started with a new chapter which was associated with emotional intelligence. Um, a chapter full of possibilities, a chapter full of new dimensions and perspectives. So when we were discussing about emotional intelligence, we reflected upon the key or root word associated with what is emotions. And in that, I just like I first showed you the previous year question paper, and then I discussed the syllabus, that what are the segments associated with it, and then after that we discussed about the term emotion. What is emotion all about? What is the definition of emotion, and what are the sub segments associated with emotion? So that is something which I connected with this given dimension pertaining to what is it all about. After that, we discussed about the three components of emotion, which was associated with physiological, which was also associated with subjective cognitive, and it was associated with expressive behavioral. I explained this to all of you with respect to how the segment of emotion actually impacts us. And I explained this given segment to you, that the physiological changes that are happening while listening or observing the emotion, witnessing the emotion, is associated with the physiological component. Like one can experience heartbeat, one can experience like tears, one can experience sweating by listening to some information due to fear, happiness, anger, sadness, whatever. The subjective cognitive segment was associated with the information that we are gaining and because of which we are getting aroused. So the subjective cognitive state was like, suppose you are seeing a snake and the way you are responding to the fact that you are seeing the snake. So we all could see that the presence of the snake impacted a person from northern parts of India or any part of India. By seeing that snake, a person would get startled and have a tendency to fled away, to run away. Whereas if a person was from let us say a different part of we can consider world, like let's say from China, the person presumed that it is a consumable item, and how about hunting it and consuming it? And so that was subjective cognitive state, whereby my subjectivity pertaining to my understanding of that animal is different from the subjectivity of another person, how the person sees and understands the animal. So subjective cognitive state was also influencing our thought process. And then was the expressive dimension, which was associated with the outward signals and reactions that we tend to make, which in other language is the behavioral reaction, which we can speak of. So there can be, we can consider reason of arousal, and the reason of arousal, which is like we can say cognitive appraisal. This cognitive appraisal will lead to a subjective experience, subjective experience, and this subjective experience will lead to, we can say, behavior response. Along with this behavior response, there can be some physiological changes as well. So physiological changes over here, as we are observing the thing, so some physiological changes that can occur. So we can reflect upon this given subsegment as well. And I had given you, for example, seeing a snake when we are talking about it. So seeing a snake, that is the reason for arousal. The subjective experience is like, let's say, fear due to it. And after fear, the behavioral response is the tendency to run away. Okay. And seeing the snake, that's the subjective experience, fear, and the physiological response can be like sweaty palms, okay, dilated pupils. So that's what is physiological response or change in the body. All right, when we are speaking of the possibility pertaining to how the domain of emotion is impacting us. With respect to this, I would also empower you with this given component. Like when we are discussing about it, I said that the component of emotion is also associated with the affective, CAB. So the affective component of attitude. So we can also connect it with the previous chapter, attitude, when we are speaking of it. And emotions are associated with all kinds of activities which happen in our life. It can be like associated with positive emotion, negative emotion. So there can be positive emotion whereby we are encouraged by activities like charity, like voluntary work, like philanthropy, good Samaritans, someone exercising fraternity, empathy, compassion. All that will generate positive emotion. Negative emotion like acid attacks, rapes, communal riots, road rage, domestic violence, like someone is misbehaving with the other person on the road over a little scratch on the car, all that stuff, suicide, stalking, all that generates negative emotion. And we all understand that emotion plays a vital role in attitude formation. Okay, so emotion plays a vital role in attitude formation, as all of you can recall, right? So we all can just understand that given possibility. Like for example, when we are talking about emotions playing a vital role in like attitude formation, if you recall what is given in Ramayana. So you see Rama, the character of Rama, after getting introduced to him, you understand that, and Ravana, you realize that anger is an unethical behavior, while patience is something which leads to ethical behavior, right? Similarly, you can remember Kalidas. Kalidas said that in matters where doubt intervenes, the natural inclination of heart of a good person becomes the authority or the decisive factor. So in pressing situations, in moments where we are experiencing ethical dilemma or any kind of confusion, if a person is a good person, the person will get guided by the heart, by the intuitiveness, by the conscience when we speak of it. So that is something which we had like reflected upon so far. So on seeing a snake, all these activities happen at a very fast rate. Yeah, but there is a stage based way to analyze it, and that's what we did, right? Anyway, so not just a snake, we can see there are mixture of emotions that we can undergo. Mixture of emotions, like a student is going for an interview. So in an interview, the person can experience a mixture of like negative and positive emotions. So situations where mix of emotions is experienced. So situations where mix of emotions is experienced, we can think of marriage, we can think of interview. So your civil services interview, so you'll feel scared also and full of hope also, right? So that's how we can see mix of emotion can also be experienced in such situations, right? So it doesn't depend that you will always fall on the first column of positive emotion or second column of negative emotion. There can be a possibility of a mixture of existence as well when we are speaking of it. And it is our response to the emotion which determines our personality. Okay, so like for example, when I'm speaking of response of emotion determining our personality, so we can think of, I would say, yoga or meditation. Why is it performed? So yoga or meditation is not just a set of exercises. We do not call a person yogi or yogini just because the person is updating one's profile and putting up a different stretch exercise in different types of yoga pants or hot pants, and putting it on Insta or on different handles. No, no, no. That is not something which is only associated with how people are living or how the human existence is articulating. When we speak of this given possibility, that like how like we can consider yoga or meditation is impacting a human body, we can see that it is the mind, the body and the spirit that comes in alignment. As the word goes, yog means integration, so integration of the three forms. So what really happens is that with multiple sets of breath work, you learn how to regulate the movement of your body. And when you learn how to regulate the movement of your body, over the time period, you also learn how to control your physiological response with the breath work. With, like, for example, how to cool yourself off, like from anger, heat, sadness. Okay, so these are some basic possibilities where you learn how to handle your physiological response. Not just that, you also learn how to regulate your hormones. Like the higher version of yogis, they can also regulate how much hormone release would happen, how much insulin would be secreted from the pancreas in a higher stage. So these buddhas, or we can say the enlightened souls, who have really come in complete control of their emotions, they are the ones who are using it with the possibility of meditation or yoga, right? You can see, like, for example, in the Tibet region, you will find or the region of Bhutan, you can find that there are people who are able to control like fierce tigers. Tigers are moving around like babies, like cats. You can see that there are people who have the ability to just keep focusing on a spoon and bending it. So, like, when we are talking about integration of your wholesome energy and articulating the possibility accordingly, you can see that these are the people who are able to like perform so many other kind of feats. So that is something which you are capable of, whereby when we are talking about it, how far we can regulate our emotions. So we can regulate our emotions to multi-dimensional possibilities and multi-dimensional responses. Okay, that is something which we can speak of. Yes, monks are also yogis in a way, if you understand the meaning of both, Jagabandhu. Again, we can think of like when we are talking about regulation of emotion, some real life immediate example, you can think of the ex Indian cricket team captain MS Dhoni. So Dhoni was recognized for his cognitive appraisal, his capability to process the situation, remain cool and calm, regulate his emotions properly, and not let fear or any kind of insecurity or uncertainty dominate. Even in the last over, people were confident that the match can alter. And it was only because he could process the emotion to his favor, right? So, processing one's emotion to one's favor is a quality which you learn via emotional intelligence, right? So that's why, like, if you remember the movie, I'm forgetting the new movie, Will Smith's dialogue was there, that fear is not real. It is the product of your thought that you create. Danger is very real because danger is cognitive appraisal. So danger is very real, but fear is a choice. So danger is the factual observations. That's the cognitive appraisal. Fear, which is associated with the response, the subjective experience. So fear is a choice when we speak of it, right? So that is something which all of you can again speak of when we are talking about it. Similarly, before Yerkes Dodson law, we can also reflect upon what is mood. So mood, we can consider it is like the intensity is very low, or we can say less, and duration is longer. Duration is longer. The mood can last for some time. Whereas when we speak of emotion, we can consider that the duration is low and intensity is high. intensity is high, right? So, for example, if we think of anger, the maximum time that you can stretch your anger is 1.5 hours. The real anger, rest is manifestation of it. You're just trying to keep up with the, like, the work, the leg. But the truth is that tremendous amount of anger, tremendous amount of sorrow, you cannot sustain it for long. Your body cannot sustain it for long. A person will experience collapse of senses. A person can experience cardiac arrest. A person can faint, because the body cannot stretch up with intense emotions. Okay, whenever we are experiencing some stretch up of intense emotion, it can be life threatening for the individual, like within some time. That's why you'll realize that after a very angry session of your existence, you experience tremendous calmness. The reason is the body tries to balance the emotion when we speak of it. Similarly, you will see that whenever there is intense emotion, any kind of intense emotion, suppose you are all India first rank, or you are all India under 10, and the moment you see your result, or your mother sees the result, there is like I would say, the swelling up of emotion, tremendous emotion. So there will be tears of joy. So what is tears of joy? The body could not handle the pressure of emotion. And that's why whenever there is excess of emotion, when there is excess of heat released by the body, it is like excreted in the form of tears. The balance is created from tears. Who says that tears are wrong or tears are false? A physiological necessity to bring your body in balance. That's why nature has created tear glands in all of us. That any time there is intense emotion pertaining to sadness, intense emotion pertaining to happiness, okay, any kind of intense emotion, the body will release tears. Okay, and that is how a person will be able to, we can consider, maintain the adrenaline rush, will be able to maintain the, we can consider, the intense human emotion that a person is experiencing. Otherwise the person will experience a cardiac arrest, a heart attack, and that is something which can be like really harmful for the person's like existence, right? That's why you see that like when a person is crying, excuse me. So like let's say when a person is crying, you will see that the tendency to make the person laugh is higher. We can really shake the person and make the person laugh, right? So the person tries to really avoid any kind of intense emotion, any kind of, like we can say, intense situation, so that no one is able to make the person laugh per se. Okay, so we can understand that laughing after crying is a physiological response to maintain equilibrium. So crying after too much of happiness, crying after too much of intense emotion, so there is a sudden rush of emotion, dance of emotion, which the body tries to regulate, right? Similarly, when we are speaking of this given possibility, after that, the functions of emotion. So, in the under the component of functions of emotion, we all can reflect upon the very first possibility, that is, emotions can motivate us. Emotions can motivate us to take actions. So emotions can motivate us to take actions, and I have explained that through Yerkes Dodson law, that how emotions can help us, like in regulating our emotion, how emotions can help us to regulate our sense of motivation, work. I discussed it with respect to when you are way too easy, way too cool, way too calm, how it can lead to boredom, dissociation, non motivation for work. Only when there is a sizable amount of functional stress. I used the term yesterday to explain this given segment. The term that I used was functional stress. Only when there is functional stress that you can create optimum performance by remaining energized, focused, like effortless work. That can happen. But again, if the emotion increases, it increases too much, then you will be unable to process your energy, unable to process your focus, and that can lead to fatigue, exhaustion, ill health, breakdown, and burnout. All those possibilities can occur because of that when we are speaking of it, right? So that's there. Emotions can motivate us to take action when we are speaking of it, right? So that's why we all can reflect upon this given dimension. Remember, in Yerkes Dodson law, it's not the Yerkes Dodson name that is important, but what is important is the relationship between performance and stress, and that is something which you need to bring in the examination, right? So that is something which you can understand. So there are students who go to the examination hall, experience intense panic, intense nervousness. If you're unable to regulate it, that can lead to physiological response, like you're feeling like nauseatic, you feel like running to the washroom, all that stuff. And that's why you need to maintain a sense of balance so that optimum performance is coming up. Okay, so we can understand that emotion, it helps us to thrive and survive, thrive and survive, to avoid danger. Okay, we can say that also. So emotions help us to thrive and survive. Emotions help us to thrive and survive, to avoid danger, to avoid danger. And here definitely I can quote Darwin, right? So when we are speaking of Darwin, Darwin said that emotions are helpful in nature and they are very important in our evolutionary process. So emotions are helpful in nature and very important in our evolutionary process, and very important in our evolutionary process when we speak of it. So and how, so we'll be, just a second, I'll regulate the temperature of the AC, it's too much for me. Okay, now, so as I was discussing, that emotions, they help us to thrive and survive and to avoid danger. And Darwin also suggested that emotions are helpful in nature and very important in our evolutionary process if we reflect upon it. So will we study Daniel Goleman? I'll quote him. I'll quote his concept over here, Soumya, but not the entire book, definitely, right? So with respect to this given dimension, we can consider that emotions, they help us to survive and thrive and to avoid danger. So like they help us to grow in the process of evolution when we are speaking of it, right? So we can also consider, when we are discussing about the similar segment pertaining to it, so we can also consider certain like segments pertaining to the functions of emotion, that we can consider emotions prepare us to fight. They prepare us to fight, to counter danger, right? So to fight slash counter danger. We can also consider, like, the subsegment associated with it, that emotions help us to take decisions, take decisions and develop attitudes, right? Develop attitudes towards different things in our environment, towards, we can consider different things in our environment, especially the smaller decisions, like as well as bigger decisions in life. So smaller decision, day to day life decision also, and bigger decision, like we can consider even voting. Many people vote not on the basis of reason but on the basis of emotion, if we speak of it. So from choice of lunch, as small as that, as trivial as that, to choice of career, to choice of like candidate while voting, I mean, it generally gets regulated by emotion. We can also, while discussing functions of emotion, we can consider that emotions allow other people to understand other people to understand us, to understand us, and allows us allows us to understand others, allows us to understand others, right? You can think of the previous example. When you see a cow, you know how to respond, and the cow sees you and knows how to respond. Similarly, if you see a snake, you know how to respond. Okay, that's there. Like in animal kingdom also, they know how to respond to each other in on the basis of the emotions that gets generated while seeing each other, the attitude that has been formed over the time period, right? So when we are understanding the component of emotion, the functions of emotion, the role of emotion, we can see that the understanding pertaining to emotion, or the role that emotions play in our life, the vital role that they play, was not something which was recognized or academically acknowledged before 1990. Before 1990, we see that the concept of emotion was largely absent from the academic world. The philosophers, what they really focused on was your intention, the intention behind any kind of act that is performed, the wants, the desires, the purposes, right? Without necessarily paying much attention to the domain of emotion. So the impact of emotion on our action was like considered like indirect, or it was considered sometimes even insignificant in the world of academics. It is only after 1990 that we see thinkers like this Daniel Goleman are like establishing the possibility of emotion or emotional intelligence for us. So post 1990, we see there gets created a separation between emotion and the action that is performed via the emotional response, and that is something which gets questioned, like asked by a lot of philosophers, psychologists, neurobiologists, that how emotions are like articulating our action, impacting our action. So even the neurobiologists, they hypothesized, they created a hypothesis that emotions may be supportive in our action rather than opposing our action. They may be actually helping us to perform, like the Yerkes Dodson law. I told you that how emotions are helpful in our performance rather than discouraging it or damaging it when we are speaking of this given dimension, right? So that's something which all of us can connect when we are speaking of how we have started responding to the domain of emotional intelligence. With that given understanding, we can see there have been certain fine quotes also which I have shared with you when we are talking about it. So, like for example, Albert Einstein, he said the true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, okay, but imagination. And imagination is based on what kind of emotions guide us. That is something which is also guiding our imagination. So like Einstein said that real intelligence is not based on knowledge, the facts that we know. It is based on our, we can say, imagination. Similarly, Socrates, when we speak of him, he says that, like he had said this specific quotation, that I know that I am intelligent because I know that I know nothing. In fact, it's a very long quotation associated with the thing that I know that I know nothing. It goes in that specific dimension when we speak of it. So intelligence, when we speak of it, intelligence is the capacity of an individual to think rationally, to act purposefully, and deal effectively with one's environment. Please remember this. This is very important when we speak of it. So, intelligence, what is it? You are able to think on the basis of logic, okay? That is rationally, purposefully, that what ought to be done. And along with that, you are able to deal effectively with your environment. One can deal effectively with one's environment only when a person is able to process one's emotion intelligently, right? So it is the capability to learn what is happening around you, what you are experiencing from your environment. It is capability to adapt to the situations, to the like possibilities which you are surrounded by, right? And your capability to understand and handle all the abstract concepts that one is surrounded by, and how to manipulate one's environment in one's, we can consider like manipulate one's environment in the given scenario. Again, cognitive energy, yesterday we had discussed, I mean, since 3 4 days we are discussing cognitive. So it was associated with our belief systems, our sense of understanding, thinking. So how we think was related to cognition, right? So the cognitive energy is the ultimate ground of intelligence, how we think, how we understand. And that is something which is effectively guiding our possibilities, effectively channelizing our possibilities when we are speaking of it. So before we go to types of emotional intelligence, first and foremost we can reflect upon like what is emotional intelligence per se. Okay, so we all can understand that like controlling and channelizing our desires in such a manner that it is helpful for us, as well as it is helpful for others, mutually beneficial for others. That is something which is associated with emotional intelligence. So it is rather a positive way to channelize our emotion, right? For example, a person is angry. So, like anger, if you are guided by mere emotions, there is a tendency you will be shouting, you will be misbehaving, you will be counter responding, something like that, right? When we are speaking of it. But if you are emotionally intelligent, you will understand that anger is producing unnecessary heat in your body. While the heat has an impact on your body, your responses will not be normal, they will not be composed, they will not be guided by logic. So first you shed off the heat. So someone is trying to talk, you are like really, really angry. You're like, just give me half an hour or just give me 1 hour. I'll get back to you. It's urgent. And then you hit to the gym and you go and you just sweat. You just do all the exercise. You sweat all your anger on the treadmill, you sweat your anger on different kinds of machines. And when you have sweated like profusely and you get back, you realize that you are relatively cool, composed, your brain is more logical, you can modulate your tone, you can take care of your responses more intelligently. And then when you react in that specific scenario, that like response will be guided with emotional intelligence, right? Or someone who's not able to hit the gym, the person starts washing clothes or washing dishes, like doing some cleaning activity at home, and strangely the person will start getting cooled off. Okay, so that is something which we need to understand. When you are able to regulate your emotion, not fight your emotion, regulate your emotion, channelize your emotion in such a manner that it is win-win for all. It is comfortable, and it is something whereby the other person is not reacting, rather understanding what is happening to you and why it is happening to you, what wrong happened and why it should not have happened, and you know how to address it more like logically, in a more sane manner. All right, when we speak of it, fine. So in this situation, when we are understanding it, we need to now combine and understand what is emotional intelligence. So when we speak of it, emotional intelligence is the ability to feel and think comprehensively. To feel and think, because emotion, intelligence, both the words are there. So to feel and think comprehensively. To feel and think comprehensively. Okay. Act purposefully, as I told you. Act. So the same thing. You can see this. Act purposefully. Act purposefully when we speak of it, and deal effectively with the environment. Deal effectively with the environment. And as we are understanding this given possibility, we can now connect that. Hence, what is emotional intelligence? So, emotional intelligence is the ability, if I stretch it up further, ability to sense understand and effectively apply and effectively apply the power of emotions as a source of human energy, as a source of human energy, as a source of human energy. Emotions, connection, and influence. Emotions, connection, and influence. It is the way of recognizing, it is the way of recognizing, understanding, and choosing how we think, feel, and act. It shapes our intentions. It shapes our intentions towards others, not with others, towards others, and also helps to understand ourselves, and also helps to understand ourselves. Right. So it's more like intelligently handling our emotions for optimum result. That is what emotional intelligence is all about. When we are reflecting upon this given explanation that I have associated you with when we are speaking of it. Can we say that sympathy, empathy, and compassion are a part of emotional intelligence? Yes, it can be considered, it can be processed with respect to it, right? How well we are able to process when and where and how to exercise sympathy, empathy, and compassion. When, where, and how, towards whom. When you think from that perspective, not sympathy is emotional intelligence. When, where, how, and towards whom to exercise sympathy is emotional intelligence. All right, Alok? But love is also an emotion and it can last for many years. For example, mother loving her child. Well, it is, we can consider it is an emotion, but when we are speaking of it from this given perspective, like Satyam, not the common sense language perspective, okay, it is a stable state of existence. Love is a state of existence, okay. The manifestation of it can be through various emotion. So mother can exercise her various types of emotion to express her state of love. Like if a child is playing with mud, or the child is about to touch a burning cinder or a candle, the mother will exercise the emotion of anger towards the child to save the child. And the reason behind the emotion of anger will be the state of love. Got it? If the child is, like, let us say, being rude to others, beating some animal, beating some another child, the mother will exercise the emotion of anger to finally execute her state of love. So it's a state, not emotion per se. Are you understanding that, Satyam, your query? Like cognition is an emotional intelligence. Cognition is not emotional intelligence. Cognition facilitates emotional intelligence because cognition helps you to think rationally. You all have to pay attention to the language that you use. Okay, cognition is emotional intelligence means you are equating what is cognition is emotional intelligence. No, cognition is facilitating emotional intelligence. Okay, so you have to pay attention, all of you have to pay attention the way you are processing language. All right, when we speak of it, again you can see this how we enhance our EI, we yet need to explore that. Bhavna, did you send a mail to me yesterday? Just respond to that. Ma'am, regulating our emotion means regulating our emotions means how we are able to channelize the emotion. Hardeep, like for example, I said that a person may experience tremendous amount of anger, and how does the person process the anger comes from emotional intelligence. Like an emotionally intelligent person will realize that this tremendous heat that is getting generated due to anger will impact, it will hinder my tendency to process how to respond to the situation immediately. So there, that is something which is going to bring about imbalance, whereby my speech, the pitch of my speech will get impacted, the choice of words can get impacted. So let me first release the excess heat that is getting generated in my body. So the person goes and picks all the dirty clothes, all the laundry, and starts, like, just washing it. With washing all of it, the excess heat gets released. Okay, the person is relatively cool. Now the person is sitting down, like drinking a glass of water and then talking more sensibly. Okay, similarly, a person is like shivering with anger, and the person just goes to the gym, the person releases the excess heat, gets back, drinks water, then speaks to the other person, will be relatively more calm. That's how you regulate your intense emotion in such situation. All right. So fine. Our feelings after seeing favor in emotional intelligence, is there any? Yes, when we are talking about feeling is, like, I would say, how you observe your emotion, that is feeling. Okay, so emotion is the intense, we can say, response that your mind is, that your heart is making towards the situation. And when you experience that, when you observe that, that is what is feeling when we speak of it. So yes, Bhavana, it was a very, very long mail. I saw that it had like several points, 8, 9 points, and then A, B, C, D, E, F. The moment I saw it yesterday night at 11:30, I was like, oh God, that needs a lot of talking. Bacha, you can write so much, but when it comes to responding every point by writing so much, it's like, from my side, it will be more like writing an essay. And as you realize that my life these days is starting at like 4 a.m. and it is getting over at 11 p.m. I'm not even getting enough to sleep, courtesy the mains exam and your batch and then my optional batch. So I'm unable to regulate that. Henceforth, responding to such huge mails will be tedious. If it was a one question, I would have immediately responded. But it was layers of questions and layers of concerns. So that will be tough. I'm honestly speaking. So don't get upset if I don't respond immediately, because that needs sizable time from my kitty. I'll be very honest. There are 4 students who are writing mains, and they had requested to evaluate their essay. And out of them, 2 are still waiting for past like 3 days that I will be responding to them. But life is so hectic. Like, I'm barely getting time to sleep and eat because of this back to back session and traveling. So 9.5 hours of lectures and like almost 3 hours of traveling. I'm barely left with time to eat and sleep. So, and then there are domestic issues also. So please, uh, save me from this given situation. Okay. That if it was like talking to you in person, it would have been easy. And this is for rest everyone. If you're writing a one sentence mail, one basic concern, it's easy for me to respond immediately. All right. Now, after this, Zeba, you're asking that isn't anger or any other extreme emotion sometimes necessary? I'm not talking about necessity or lack of necessity. You can understand that any emotion which is a necessity needs to be regulated, because emotions are intense responses can impact our body also, it can have a physiological impact also, it can damage our senses or damage our organs also. Intense anger and you are experiencing a cardiac like arrest, right? I'm not saying that anger is not needed. There are situations where there is extreme anger, but you should know how to process anger. There will be a chance that you will come across rapists and murderers as IPS officer. But that doesn't mean that you start slapping everyone like left, right, center, and you start shooting everyone. That will be processing anger. Emotional intelligence will guide you that this person is wrong. Immediately, the person should be convicted. the person is a danger for the society, and immediately the legal proceedings ought to start. In my capacity, whatever like is under control, like I can file a complaint, I can like note down an FIR, I can see to it that the victim has been like sent to the hospital or habilitated or anything as such, or the victim's family, the kind of psychological support which is needed is immediately provided. That's how you process emotion intelligently. All right, Zeba? So like emotional intelligence teaches you this given possibility. So think thinking intelligently even after being overwhelmed by emotion, thinking intelligently after regulating the overwhelming amount of emotion that is rising. So first you regulate the overwhelmingness, Pulkit, and then you learn how to respond to it. All right. So that's what, when we are speaking of this given dimension. I'm thinking it is so that's there. Okay. So, Shalu, please repeat your question. It has got suppressed. Emotional intelligence, it prevents us from extreme action. Yes, that's there. So, after hard study, get anger on someone, regulate our emotion. Huh? What does that mean? Please, SME, help me with Misbah's query. I need to, I am unable to interpret it. So, control our emotion, it means control our soul. Huh? No, control our emotion means regulate our personality from extremes. All right. And soul is quite abstract in nature. So, speaking straight away about soul from emotion is, I would say, jumping in leaps and bounds. So, all right. Remember the points? Okay. So, Soumya, it's good that you are able to understand everything in ethics. Now, for memorizing points, go by the old school method, the way you used to write things. Okay. After writing things, put your hand, like remember, make cue cards and remember. Go by old school methods. Start putting your energy in memorizing the way traditionally you used to memorize subjects, right? That's what. Faking our emotion can also be emotional intelligence. No, why will you have to fake? While enacting upon it, you understand that this is the necessary way to respond. So, suppose someone is being very stupid and a receptionist, or being very like using hurtful words, and the receptionist is still smiling and she is like, this is my job. I understand that there will be people who will be coming with a lot of negative sentiment about the company. I don't have to take it personally. I just have to see that here is a troubled person who has experienced a negative setback because of some action of my company. The person also may be overreacting, and this is how I have been trained. So I just have to pick what wrong has happened to him and talk about resolution to this person, rather than feed the fire, or rather than like cool the emotion. Okay, so that's how. Feeling is short term and emotion is long term. No, Bharadwaj, just the reverse. When I was talking about it, we were talking that emotions are the most short term because they are intense, they are immediate, and they fizzle off. So you need to know that when the intense possibilities of reaction is erupting in us, we should know how to regulate it. Okay, feeling is, we can say, our constant sense of affective interpretation which generates feelings. So, when we are affectively, emotionally interpreting about a given situation or a person, that generates our feeling. All right. So, how to reduce fear? I told you, Ganesh, that fear is not real, danger is real. So, when you identify why are you experiencing fear, what are the objective points associated with the reason triggering the fear, and how those objective points can be addressed, countered, that is how you learn how to control the situation in your favor, or regulate the situation in a manner that it's not hurtful for you, and that is how you are able to minimize fear and exercise bravery. All right. So for ethics, this complete PPT and Baiju's book is enough. Yes, it is. Along with that, you need to just keep updating once in a while with fresh examples and what is happening around, because the discussions and debates that will be happening in the society pertaining to emotional intelligence or any situation which needs emotional intelligence, there you will be exercising the insights or the theory which we are talking about it. Yes, yes, Pulkit. So, like for example, suppose there is Kanwad Yatra, which is going on in northern parts of India, whereby a lot of bhaktas of Shiva are moving on the roads, moving on the streets with little pots of water, or we can say the pots of water hanging around their shoulder, and they are walking for kilometers together to pour that water on a Shivlingam. Okay, so this religious act may also cause hindrance to traffic. This religious act may also not be always guided by religious and cultural activities. Sometimes it may also get guided by some other miscreant activities, like people taking drugs and dancing on the road. Okay, all that also happens. People playing loud DJ and dancing on the streets and blocking the streets. Okay, which creates a problem of traffic, law and order. So, with emotional intelligence, you can handle such sensitive situations which are based on religious sentiment, which are based on like emotional response coming from a group of people exercising a specific act in the name of religion. So, you need emotional intelligence to handle traffic, to handle the movement of such people, right? So, that's how you can understand that whatever is like going on, okay, around you, you need to connect it with the theory that you are studying. Okay, so that's what I can suggest. Now, as I can understand, what is the average mark for a 15-mark question in ethics? In ethics, as I told you, Yashwant, that on an average, getting 60% marks is possible. Students do get 135, 140 in the component of ethics. So, unlike other part like papers of GS, where getting 120 or 125 is also tough. So, going by that logic in ethics, when we are speaking of it, getting 60% marks in 10 or 15 marker question is possible. All right. Now, so with respect to this, when we are talking about this given dimension, we also can reflect upon types of intelligence. Howard Gardner, he said that there are different types of intelligence which are not necessarily correlated with each other when we are talking about it, because emotional intelligence, two things we are dealing with. So, intelligence, when we are speaking of it, intelligence can be of different types, and in different proportions it may be within us. Some people can be intelligent in some aspect of life, some can be intelligent in other aspects of life. So he came up with his own theory whereby he discussed about types of intelligence. He originally proposed 7 different types of intelligence, but later he also added 2 more types of intelligence, we can consider naturalistic intelligence and existential intelligence to his concept of intelligence. And Howard Gardner, like, he's an important thinker, that's why I'm taking his name. Okay, so he gave the concept of interpersonal and intrapersonal intelligence. Interpersonal, when we are like reacting and connecting with others, that is interpersonal intelligence. And intrapersonal intelligence is how we process intelligence within ourselves, how we process our inner biome, our inner existence with intelligence, means how we are regulating our emotions in other language, right? So the balance of personal intelligence and intrapersonal intelligence is something which has impacted our life, our sense of intelligence, literature, everything, quite, I would say, exhaustively. And from there comes the concept of emotional intelligence, where we know how to balance the symmetry within ourselves as well as outside with others. Okay, that is something which we can connect with the concept of intelligence. So here, when we speak of types of intelligence as shared by Howard Gardner, we all can see these are the possibilities pertaining to it. So, like, let us take like one by one when we are speaking of this given dimension of intelligence. So, first and foremost, let us take up the segment pertaining to intrapersonal intelligence. Intrapersonal means within yourself, the nature of intelligence that ought to be there. So, within yourself, the intelligence that you are able to understand your feeling, what you are feeling, why you are feeling, how you are feeling, and how you can work upon your feeling intelligently. As I said, that a person who has intrapersonal intelligence is able to sense that I am getting angry. and I'm getting too angry now. And this is not the right time and way to talk to someone, because my reactions can get extreme and the purpose of talking can get lost. So if I'm experiencing that suddenly my anger is rising and rousing, it's better that I cool it off by probably stepping out of the situation, getting into some physiological exercise, shedding off the excess heat, and then getting back to the situation, right? So such a person is hitting the gym or washing the clothes. Similarly, a person is experiencing extreme emotion, or happiness or sadness, whatever, and the person starts crying. So the intrapersonal intelligence makes the person understand why the person was feeling like that, and the person reached out to a glass of water and just drank it and cooled off the body, regulated the energy, and then got back to respond accordingly to the situation. That's intrapersonal intelligence. When you understand what you are feeling, why you are feeling, and how to regulate it. Similarly, we can have spatial intelligence. Spatial intelligence is associated with our like world and how we are visualizing it and how we are reacting to it. Like for example, our spatial intelligence gives us the capability to balance our body, the capability to see the nature around us, to observe the things which are lying around us, and how to intelligently work in that space. Okay, work in that space. So that is something associated with spatial understanding. Okay, spatial intelligence. Naturalistic is associated with connecting with nature, understanding nature, and reacting to nature, whether it is taking care of plants, animals. Okay, so flora and fauna, whatever, that's naturalistic intelligence. Musical intelligence, when you can understand music with finesse, when you can break open the tone and tunes, and when you can understand the pitch, the rhythm. Okay, you start appreciating the timbre. So that's how we can say that opera singers, not everyone can appreciate opera singers, not everyone can appreciate classical carnatic singers or Hindustani singers. For many people, classical music can be boring because they are unable to understand the importance of the sound, the pitch, the timbre, the rhythm that these individuals are creating with the and like whatever. Okay, so all those kind of like sounds that the throat is making, the importance of it and the kind of impact it generates on the environment. Okay. Similarly, we can understand, like just yesterday only, what happened that just outside our colony, and it's pretty huge colony, it is having like more than 600 flats, and my flat is quite tugged, not very inside but little away from the road, because there is a pavement, and then there is the park, and like after the park comes my flat. And still imagine, on the main road, which was fairly distant from my flat, the boys were playing some DJ music. Okay, the kavadiyas who were passing by, they were playing some DJ music. It was so loud and the vibration was so intense that I could feel like my window panes shivering. And other than the window panes, I was lying on my bed, I could feel the vibration on my bed. I could feel the vibration on my body. So I closed my ears tightly so that I don't listen to it, the vibration. And when I like closed my ears, then also I could feel my body palpitating to it. That's the impact that you understand of sound, the sound vibration. So that's why you listen nowadays, there are healers called sound healers, sound cleaning, sound cleansing methods. So they work with specific kind of brass utensils. In some utensils they'll place water, in some they won't. They will play around the brass utensil with a piece of wood. There will be cleansing and detoxing exercises, and sometimes they may encourage a person to get into water, because water increases the vibration and the sound healing can be more intense and quick. So all those possibilities, when you understand the importance of rhythm, timbre, pitch, right? Logical and mathematical intelligence, it helps you to quantify, it helps you to understand how to quantify the world, how to like arrive at hypothesis, how to make mathematical calculations, and help to understand the world from materialistic perspective. All right. Similarly, You can just see existential intelligence. So existential intelligence brings you close to asking some meaningful philosophical questions pertaining to the purpose of life, something which I keep sharing with all of you, saying that we are not born like animals, that we will be like eating, defecating, reproducing children and dying. That's something which even animals are doing. The difference between animals and human beings is conscience. And when you exercise conscience, you ask, what is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of this existence? Why are we born in such a manner? Is it only for doing a job and dying, or is there something more to the reality? And when you start asking the purpose of your life, it is then that you start detaching beyond a limit with materialism, detaching beyond a limit with obsession over power, obsession over glory, obsession over, like, self, like narcissism, or someone into self glorification. It is only when you are asking such existential questions that you are kind, that you are compassionate, that you are forgiving, that you are serving, okay, that you are exercising a sense of compassion towards the larger society. And there are different ways you can exercise compassion, not necessarily always do charity. It can also be exercised by just being nice to everyone, by just being kind to everyone. Okay, it's not necessary every time you're like load shedding your pocket. Even just by being kind and nice, you are generating positivity in your environment. So, Howard Gardner connects this with existential intelligence. Similarly, interpersonal intelligence. When you know how to react to people, when you know how people are, like, what kind of motives they have towards you, you can process those motives and you can respond to it effectively when we are speaking of it. Similarly, the bodily kinesthetic intelligence is also that he speaks of. He says that the bodily kinesthetic energy helps us to, like, connect our mind and body. So probably you can connect it with yoga, you can connect it with boxing, you can connect it with like different types of physiological activities, which looks from outside that it's a physiological activity, but from inside the person can be in a meditative state while performing that physiological activity. Okay, again we can see there can be linguistic intelligence. People possessing linguistic intelligence are smarter in grabbing language, are smarter in learning language, expressing themselves powerfully, and connecting with the larger world through the finesse and, like, we can say the dimensions pertaining to language. Okay, how to process it to the favor. Spatial is coming from space, Yashwant. Okay, spatial is coming from space. And if I keep moving round and round in the circle, that will be interesting, right? That is going to be like, I'll keep like taking circles if every time you people are not paying attention to the explanation I'm giving. Because the moment I was coming to linguistic, I was just watching that how come no one has asked like few other dimensions when they were not paying attention. At least 4 or 5 candidates should surface up with the possibility that I lost my connection, or I did not pay attention, or I could not understand. So I was waiting, I was just waiting, that how come no one is asking, how come everyone is so attentive. Okay, so here I have 3 concerns. Naturalistic is pertaining to connection with nature, flora and fauna. Interpersonal is associated with how we are able to sense people's motives and intentions, how they are behaving with us, and what is their true motive, what they might be implying, what they might be thinking, and accordingly we generate our response. Someone is too nice to us, too sugary to us, and then we ask ourselves, is the person having some ulterior motive because of which this person who was avoiding or ignoring me suddenly is acting so nice? So that's what, when we speak of it. Similarly, when we speak of spatial possibility, under the component of spatial subsegment, we can again consider it is related to how we visualize our world in 3D, how things are happening around us, and how we are able to see, observe, and interpret it. All right, simple. So, when I hope all of you are able to understand the types of intelligence which is there around us according to Howard Gardner. Similarly, we can also connect it with Robert Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence. Okay, and when we are discussing about uh, is exercising knowledge function of attitude? Uh, yes. So Like when we are talking about this Robert Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence, we can understand intelligence into three subsets. One is there is analytical intelligence. Okay, so there can be analytical intelligence, there can be creative intelligence, and practical intelligence when we speak of it. Okay, so he explains this, that in his triarchic, we can say, yeah, theory of intelligence. So first he is talking about componential analytical intelligence. So componential analytical intelligence is associated with what? When we are able to read books, process the understanding. Okay, we are able to derive, we can say, the factual information which is around us. Okay, the factual information or the knowledge based information, also referred as intelligence quotient. So when we are able to absorb the knowledge based information or the factual information which is around us, and we are able to convert it into academic achievement. So how do we get good marks in the school, in college, in different types of exams? It is only when we are able to become book smart, we are able to gain knowledge, process knowledge, and express it in the exam. Okay, it is then that we are able to show that we have analytical skills, we are having some basic understanding of the topic. So such individuals who have componential analytical intelligence, they are very good at problem solving, they are able to recall the theories which they have studied academically and put it to application. Okay, so they are, like you can see, more able to see solutions not normally seen, and have abstract thinking and evaluation skills. Why? Because they can connect the theory with application, they can connect whatever theories they have studied in books, in academics, they can bring in with multiple manifestations as they work in the society. Okay, so that's what can be associated with this componential analytical intelligence, which is coming from academic understanding, or in other words, we can say IQ, knowledge based on intelligence. Okay, so that is something which we can connect with when we are talking about it. So similarly, we can see experiential creative intelligence. So experiential, as the word goes, experience comes from what we have gained from existing knowledge, experience comes from what we have learned from the past, the learnings from the past. Okay, so when we are able to put our learnings from the past for creative solutions in the near future, that is experiential creative intelligence. I'll repeat because I'm again quite confident four people will be there who have not listened to it properly, and will ask after 2 minutes. So this time again I'm repeating, pay attention while I explain experiential creative intelligence. Okay, so experiential creative intelligence is what? It is our ability, it is our ability to understand and recall whatever we have experienced so far, learned so far. What is experience? Remember, when we were talking about cognitive, affective, behavioral was associated with past experience. Remember, so experience is what? Experience is the knowledge we have gained so far, the skills we have gained so far, the insights that we have developed so far. Okay, so existing knowledge and skills is experience, in other words. And this existing knowledge and skills, which is a part of our experience coming from past, because remember, I had discussed skills versus aptitude. So skills was tested in achievement test. Skills are associated with past achievement, right? Ability was what we are able to perform in present, and aptitude was related to future. Never forget the last chapter as you move ahead to the future chapter, and that will happen only when you are revising thoroughly. Okay, so existing knowledge is associated with the past. Okay, it is associated with experiences, skills are associated with experiences, and when we are using it to solve the problem which are emerging before us, we become creative. Okay, so to deal with new problems, so we'll come up with creative solutions with our experiences. That's why it's experiential creative intelligence. Then we can see practical contextual intelligence when we speak of it. So what is practical contextual intelligence. Practical means when you're street smart, you know, like some real life solution, how to solve a problem. So we can see a lot of street smart people climbing on in like a public order, becoming like popular politicians. They can also become very popular criminals, fraudsters, all kind of people. How you use and misuse and abuse and put to good use this so called practical contextual intelligence brings about the difference. So there can be a farmer who's putting practical contextual intelligence, and even without any academic exposure, the person is able to innovate simplified tools which help in farming. And a criminal can misuse this street smart intelligence and swindle people. So practical contextual intelligence is associated with common sense and street smart intelligence. Such people are able to adapt to the environment, change as per the environment, and that is how they are able to take care of the day to day life's problems or situations more smartly and process it quite intelligently. Okay, so these are the three types of intelligence that we are exposed to when we are speaking of this given dimension. All right. So with this, we can also understand the component of the emotions and the social intelligence model, because we have models in the syllabus, remember. So that's why the emotions and social intelligence model, it can be, I have like created two diagrams for it, like just a second. I've created two diagrams for it. So the diagram, this one, like there is the component of, you can see there is this segment of self and social, and there is this component of recognition and regulation, and the same can be observed here when we are talking about this self awareness, social awareness. Self management relationship is social management, and how the four are interacting, because of which emotional intelligence and social intelligence articulates itself. Okay, the emotional and social intelligence, it processes itself by and by. So this is called the emotional and social intelligence model, and through which you understand that how, like if you get the possibility, like let's say if you also get a question pertaining to it, then it can also be asked in this manner, that one is discuss the emotional and components of emotional and social intelligence. Another one is framework, or another words for it can be framework or different components of emotional intelligence, of emotional intelligence, right? So it can be asked in this manner also, and then you will be talking about it. So when we are speaking of this, in between there is motivation, which all of you need to understand. Here is motivation, motivation when we speak of it. So self awareness can be labeled as first. Okay, we can consider self management as second, we can consider motivation as third, we can consider like social awareness as fourth, and relationship management can be connected with fifth. Okay, that's how we can connect with these five subsegments. All right, so when we are discussing about it, we can understand that how we can increase our emotional intelligence by the usage of these five components. So as I'm discussing it, it also qualifies for one more question. This theory, this model will also help you to write the content of the answer if the question is asked like, how can we increase our emotional intelligence? How can we increase our emotional intelligence? The answer to it will be given from these five components. When we work, when we work on these five components, we can increase our emotional intelligence. Okay, so that's what. But ma'am, three type came only when we have experience. Then why not kept in two type? Huh? No, it's not necessary. It's not necessary, Prakhar, that just because you have experience, you may be street smart. There are people whom you will find that you might be aware of the thing, but you don't know how to solve it, and a person is able to find a street smart solution to that problem. Some jugaad, some out of box response. So, not everyone who possesses experience may have street smartness. All right. Uh, what is the difference between second and third? Henceforth, Jay Narayan, it is responded. Second one is associated with our experience, whereas the third one was associated with our street smartness, like how we are able to respond quickly to the pressures of the situation, how we are able to adapt to the challenges, adapt to the moment, adapt to the concerned possibilities. So that is called street smartness when we speak of it. In eastern parts of Pacific Ocean, fisheries were recognized that were warm winds are came, their fisheries were not sustained practical intelligence. Yeah, we can consider that. So all those students who suffer from like some kind of stumbling block in grammar, please work on your grammar, because here if you are struggling to write two or three sentences itself, just imagine its impact and manifestation when a person has to write a full 16 pages essay. Then it can be like tremendously, I can say, disturbing for the examiner to evaluate. Okay. Now, as I'm going to explain this given diagram which is before you, so the capability to explain this diagram before you, we can also like associate this given component of emotional intelligence when we are talking about it, by connecting it to this diagram. So what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is associated with perceiving emotions, understanding emotions, managing emotions, and using those emotions for our well being. So, how to perceive, how to understand, how to manage, and how to use the emotion is something that we will be discussing in greater detail over here via this model. Okay, via this model. So, that is so self awareness, self regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. What is self awareness? That is self awareness, self regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. So for this answer we can write Daniel 5 component model also. Aha. When we are speaking of this, you will be writing the, like we can say, first and foremost, I did not connect it with Daniel Goleman straight away. First thing, Soumya. Second thing, when we are speaking of it, like how to connect these 5 sub segments, let us first understand before jumping to the conclusion how to articulate it, because I've yet not started even explaining. I've just shown you the words. Like, let us start with it. So, first one, when we are speaking of self awareness, let us understand that self awareness is associated with our capability to understand what emotions we are going through in personal capacity. Okay, we are going through. And when we learn how to deal with it, when we learn how to control it, right? So, as I told you, that like everyone feels angry, but everyone doesn't know how to regulate their anger. So some people start shouting, some people like beating their fists or crying, or like responding back. Some people start hitting. So not everyone knows how to regulate one's emotion, that is like anger. So some people, they become too adamant, too stubborn in the moment, right? So the first step to emotional intelligence is the capability to understand. Okay, the first step to emotional intelligence is the capability to understand it, is the capability to understand it. Okay, so if we are hating someone, okay, rather than when we are talking about it, we when we are hating someone, we are like having a stone faced possibility, and the person is not taking the hint. Okay, so what happens is that the communication of information and we being able to process the information can sometimes be a stumbling block. So, first and foremost, what is required is self awareness. How is self awareness generated? So, self awareness is generated when we are able to know ourselves better, when we are able to, like, connect with ourselves better. That is like emotional self awareness, or in other words, knowing oneself better. Here also, you can connect it with this diagram also. Self awareness is emotional self awareness, whereby you can indulge in accurate self assessment and self confidence. So, with accurate self assessment and self confidence, you are able to, like, create self awareness. Okay, so self assessment and self confidence, by it you are able to know yourself. That is how self recognition takes place. See this, recognition and self. This is how self recognition or self awareness takes place. Okay, again we can have, because I said emotional intelligence, and can we increase emotional intelligence? I said yes. So we will talk about techniques to increase. Okay, so we can reflect upon this. So techniques, and now you can understand why I gave two diagrams. Few words are in this diagram, few words are in that diagram. Clubbing the two, you create the wholesome reality. Okay, so techniques to increase, and few things which is not mentioned in the diagram, that will be written by me on the board. So techniques to increase self awareness, when we speak of it, the very first one, first subcomponent, so it can be by talking to trusted friends, because they will be giving the right kind of like feedback, who we are, what is the right and wrong that we do, how we can grow better. They can also give us a glimpse to ourselves by becoming our own mirror, or having good mentors. When you have good teachers, good professors or guru, that's why the role of guru is glorified so much in our society. You can also connect it with stimulation training. And under the component of stimulation training, like for example, appearing for multiple test series before going into the exam. So you learn how to regulate your heartbeat, the sweaty palms, always getting too nervous and panic struck seeing the question paper. So you get trained. Okay, that is stimulation training. You learn how to regulate your stimulus. Okay, so that's what. So appearing for, giving this example, so appearing for multiple test series before writing mains. Okay. Similarly, we can also think of emotional literacy. Emotional literacy. This emotional literacy can also come with introspection. So darshan dhyan, so dhyan component. So introspection. Okay, it can also come from understanding which emotions, like, are honest and good to identify as good and bad emotion when we are talking about when we speak of it. So so emotional literacy, so understanding one's emotion. Thank you, Deepika. Understanding our emotions. Okay, honestly identifying them, honestly identifying them, right? That which are good emotions, which are bad emotions. So that is something. Then we can also, getting regular feedback at workplace, sensitivity training, all that can also increase self awareness. So getting regular feedback at workplace sensitivity training. Okay, so that's also something which we can speak of when we are talking about how to increase self awareness. Okay, techniques to increase self awareness. Again, along with this, as we further move ahead in this, probably we can also use some psychological therapies and tests also. So psychological tests and therapies, right? That's also can something that can help us. Again, sensitivity training, Sakib, like it is done to the police officers so that they don't unnecessarily beat up a criminal, or till the time the court has not decided, no physical abuse or action should be taken against the person. How to deal with elderly people in the society, women in society, disabled in society, when managing law and order situation or crisis in the society. Okay, so that's sensitivity training. Now, so when we are speaking of this, we can also connect it with the component of self management, the second one, self management. So for self management, you can see the words that are mentioned over here. It is like, be resilient and manage stress. So when you are resilient, you have a positive outlook, achievement oriented mind, you have a sense of adaptability, and you have emotional self control. By these qualities, you are able to manage yourself. Other set of words are also given, which you can see here. For self management, you can see there is self control, transparency, adaptability, achievement drive, and initiative. By all these components, we are able to regulate ourself, manage ourself. So managing ourself is associated with, like, we can say, managing our disruptive impulses. Okay, self control is what it is, managing disruptive impulses, right? Managing disruptive impulses when we are talking about it. Okay, when we are saying transparency, what is transparency? So transparency can be associated with honesty, integrity, right? That's what transparency can be associated with. Similarly, adaptability is there, adaptability to handle change, to be more flexible, right? Capability of achievement drive, right? Achievement drive, you are taking initiative, you are open to new ideas, along with taking initiative, open to new ideas, you are ready to take responsibility of your own performance. So take responsibility of one's performance, right? So with respect to self management, if I would be saying that techniques of self control, okay, if I discuss that, so here I discuss techniques of increasing self awareness. Now I can discuss techniques of like self management. So techniques of self management, how to manage oneself, that's the second subcomponent. Always remember, club the first diagram with the second one. So techniques of self management, because few things are written in the first diagram, few things are written in the second diagram. So techniques of self management is first, like drinking water, drinking water, so the adrenaline rush gets diluted, adrenaline rush gets diluted. Similarly, we can reflect upon doing favorite things. And doing favorite things like engaging your senses in song, laughter therapy, reverse counting, right? So, listening to positive songs, maybe laughter therapy, reverse counting. And through these things also, we can reflect upon the possibility of doing away with this. Third, we can talk about taking responsibility of our own performance. Taking responsibility of our own performance. Okay, what does it save us from? When we take responsibility of our own performance, it saves us from anger, jealousy, right? Again, we can connect it with oh, adaptability, that is handling change flexibly, handling change with flexibility, right? We can also say innovation by um, innovation, so being open to new ideas. So we can also say sports and gym, sports, gym. Many people feel that guys who go to gym are very aggressive, but you will see the guys who have actually been to gym for like more than an year, 2 years, 3 years, having like a lot of biceps, triceps, are very simple people, are very like down to earth people, and they are not flexing their muscles and saying I'll hit you, I'll punch you, I'll do that. You'll find that if someone is colliding and they're like sorry, sorry, they are not the people who will be bullying people. So on an average you will see that people who are truly into sports or gymming, they are cool people, very cool. And the reason because is that because the heat is already doused off, any kind of excessive heat. And a person who's not into any kind of physical fitness and exercise, like lanky and thin or very fat, whatever, unable to process emotion because excess heat is not getting burnt, which is getting generated in the body. So you'll find people in sports and gym, they are very calm, humble, sensitive. You can also talk about yoga, meditation, breathing exercise. Again, you can further connect this given possibility to the third subsegment, that is motivation. So when we are talking about motivation, why is motivation in the center? Because this is motivation is the one which is supposed to help us understand why to reduce our anger, why to have emotional control. Okay, it is the one, motivation is the one which is like made up of achievement drive. Okay, it is made up of our ability to delay gratification. Now because motivation is not mentioned in either of the diagrams, if you see, so like when we are speaking of this component of motivation, so if self awareness, self management, motivation, social awareness, and relationship management, out of which if I speak of motivation, because there's like absolute absence of content, so I'll give you some insight pertaining to how to go ahead with motivation. So with respect to motivation, you have to understand that motivation is made up of is made up of. So motivation is made up of, first and foremost, we can connect it with achievement drive. Okay, when you are constantly striving to grow better, to improve your like performance, to be a better person, to improve your standard of excellence, so that's achievement drive. We can also see it also generates the ability to delay gratification, ability to delay gratifications, the ability to delay gratifications. Okay, so the ability to delay gratifications, whereby we can also say that you are able to like put off smaller reward in anticipation of bigger reward. And for that, marshmallow experiment can be shared with you. So in marshmallow experiment, it was done on like young children who are going to school. So to those children, it was announced in the class, it was offered to them in the class, that those children who need one marshmallow will come to the stage, will take the marshmallow and go outside. But those students who need two marshmallows, they have to wait in the classroom for some time. So how long they have to wait, that was not disclosed, but it was just said that they have to wait and two marshmallows would be given. So now what happened was, majority of the students got up, took one marshmallow, lived in the moment, they left. Very few students were left behind who said, we are ready to wait. So like they were left in the room, the teacher walked out, stayed some time outside, did not say when the teacher will be back. So the teacher was just out, made the children wait, got back, spoke something to them, again went outside. And after some time, when the teacher came, the teacher gave two marshmallows. Now what happened was, the experiment did not get over here. These children were followed over the years regarding how they turn out to be, what kind of persons they tend to become, what kind of personality they tend to possess. Okay. So when their personality traits was observed, when their like behavior mechanism was observed, it was found out that these children are able to, I would say, regulate their life better. These children were relatively more patient in life, they were more persistent in life, because of which their family life was more calm, more peaceful. In office also, like these individuals, as they grew up in the office also, they were ready to adapt, adjust, and create a healthy, like we can say, create a healthy work environment. Okay. So this ability to delay gratifications was something which hyphenated that, when a person is having motivation and can delay gratifications, the person exercises patience and persistence. Okay. I can just write down, the person exercises patience. That's why, like, you are preparing for civil services exams, there's a possibility that few of you may see that your friends will get married, they will also have children, some will buy a car or a house, and you would still be maybe preparing, reaching to interview or something like that, or clearing the exam but on a lower rank, trying to revise the rank. All that can happen in your life. But it teaches you patience, it teaches you perseverance. Okay. When we speak of it, so patience, persistence is something that you learn, and this pays in the long run. You realize that it like pays tremendously regarding how you manage human relations. It pays tremendously how you are able to, regulate the given possibilities related to what's unfolding. Okay. So that's something which we all can connect with when we are talking about it. So this is something which we can talk about. So motivation is made of achievement drive, when you are motivated to achieve in life, and it is also capable to delay gratifications. You can hold your pleasures, you can hold your desires. So not taking the chocolate immediately, eating and getting satisfied. If someone is saying that if you hold on, you will get more reward, and you are like, okay, I can control, I can regulate. So you exercise patience and persistence in life. Okay. And that is something which improves, outcomes. It improves the possibility of, like we can say, motivation. We can also see motivation also makes you capable to take initiative in life. Initiative. Okay. So that is like making oneself ready to act upon opportunities, right? That's initiative. We can also connect it with commitment. So with motivation comes commitment. So all those people who are unable to follow a timetable, it is due to lack of motivation. So you are able to handle a timetable. There are like defined goals. You know how much you have to study every day, every week, by which month, which week you are completing which subject. So there is a motivation to achieve. Defined goals are there. Motivation to achieve is there, right? We can also see that there is the tendency to set goals. Set goals. So, time bound goals are set by you, and you are committed to achieve that when we speak of it. So, that's how you are able to stay motivated. You can also see that it is associated with also defining your role models. Who is your true role model? Right. So, as I had shared few days back, that one of the aspirants, fresh boy, only barely like 2 months back, the child had taken admission. So I was discussing that in the class, that who is your role model? So everyone was speaking of different people. That fellow, he said, Ashneer Grover. I'm like, huh? Ashneer Grover is the role model, and you're preparing for civil services. Okay. So that is something which you can like talk about. A poor SME getting into loop of question, answering to the answer. Huh? Now, so with respect to this, when we are speaking of it, so defining your role models is something which is necessary. Who is your role model? So you determine the right role model who has achieved in your domain. So if for a civil servant, the role model will be a civil services officer, right? A civil servant who's like performing with great diligence when we are speaking of that, right? So that is what motivation can be like associated with. And when we have to motivate ourselves, we can like connect with these given dimensions, that we'll have to increase in these dimensions. So you can think of examples: how to increase achievement drive, how to be more patient in life, how to encourage the possibility of taking initiatives in life, improving our commitments to timetables, to goal setting, right? So all that, also getting constantly inspired by our role models, so all that. Again, when we are talking about the fourth component, that is social awareness. So this component of social awareness, as all of you can see, is related to this component of social awareness is related to being mindful of one's environment. When you are being mindful of your environment, you are exercising empathy, you are exercising organizational awareness. Okay, because mind it is social, the word is social. So social, that's why there is organizational awareness. So empathy towards others. Okay, uh, by writing the question, Gautam, you can directly ask the question with me. Only when I'm writing and explaining the concept that I'm unable to see the questions, because I'm not paying attention in that direction, because I don't have five eyes and eyes like dilated in different directions. So that's why when I write and explain, I'm unable to see the question. So at that time, SME sir or ma'am will help you. Okay, and when you're raising a question and I'm explaining in general and I pay attention to the question, I respond to it directly. I understand you are a beginner, so you don't know that how you can raise questions directly, and thus the innocent question that how I can raise the questions. So every time any student is asking the question, it is sliding in front of me continuously. Different questions are sliding. Only when I take a momentous pause from what I'm explaining, I am able to notice the question and respond to it in the moment directly. All right, Gautam. So you can keep raising the question. If I'm able to see it, I'll immediately respond. Else, SMEs will be also explaining the concept. All right. So, ma'am, those were techniques, all just are discussed of motivation. They are techniques, and the techniques have the solution, how to work upon them. Like, what will be the technique to increase motivation? Follow the timetable more diligently, follow the goals more diligently, right? Flip it, that becomes the method how to increase self awareness. Okay, now with respect to this, when we are discussing about the next component that is associated with, we can say, social awareness. So what is social awareness? So with social awareness, we can see it is based on empathy, organizational awareness, service orientation. So with respect to this, we can connect with this given dimension, that it is like, enhancing this social awareness is, because it is based on empathy, it is helping you to anticipate like what other people would need in the near future. Okay, it is also enhancing your social, economic and political awareness of your society. so you can empathetically connect what's happening. Like for example, as an IS officer or as an like raw chief or IPS officer, you may see that there is an arrested criminal who is a who had been a notorious terrorist and is behind the bars for 10 or 15 years. But as you have that sense of empathy, that sense of awareness about people's different economic, political, or social awareness, you become curious though, what is the background of this person which made this person inclined to become a terrorist? And let me understand the patterns, that under what circumstances the youth can become motivated to become terrorists, so that I avoid those patterns in present. This fellow, he has become terrorist, is convicted, fine. How to save the youth of next generation? Okay, so with social awareness, you are able to empathetically connect with what's happening around you, with greater level of social, economic, and political awareness, and how to alter the truth, how to alter the miseries, how to alter the challenges or problems pertaining to what's happening. Okay, again, you can connect with social awareness, that it helps you to understand opportunities and connect it with diverse people. Okay, so India, it is a diverse country, and with diversity comes different types of challenges and problems that we get connected with. We can also see that India is the first country to take African refugees. It is the country which was open when, like, women and children and people from Poland had escaped the atrocity of like Jewish, we can say, genocide, which Hitler was carrying forward. And they were like, where to go? It was the king of Nagar, Gujarat, who invited during Second World War. We can see that in Gujarat, there was this little like tucked up area called Nagar. So the king of Nagar, he invited that I will be providing them refuge. Let the ship come and park near Gujarat, and I will provide them shelter, food, employment, whatever is needed. No one will be killed or eliminated. And he actually provided them shelter. And later, Israel, when it was created, so these people, bit by bit, they migrated in 60s, in 70s. And recently, like just few years back, it was the 50th uh, anniversary, death anniversary of that king. So a lot of people traveled all the way from Israel, who are now aged citizens in 60s and 70s, who are recalling their childhood spent in Navanagar, and they are alive only because the king provided the shelter. So that is something associated with this social awareness. When you have social awareness, you are able to process how to respond to diversity, how to stand up for people, how to take up initiatives for them. Okay, and what are the techniques to increase social awareness? So the techniques to increase social awareness, techniques to increase social awareness. So techniques to increase social awareness, it's like looking too bright, I'll change the color. So techniques to like increase social awareness is role playing. When you put yourself in others' shoes, in your mind, that if I were this person, what would I do? Sometimes exercising forgiveness towards others, then listening to others instead of instead of controlling, commanding, criticizing, and judging them. Criticizing and judging them. And we can also connect with meeting culturally diverse people. Meeting culturally diverse people. All right. So, this is also something which can help us to handle or regulate the given situation. Right. Fine. So, forgiveness. For forgiveness, I have a very beautiful quotation which yesterday only I came through, and I was like, wow, this is so wholesome to reflect upon and to live. So, that was something which was associated with this given subdimension, that a Sufi holy man was asked. Okay, so a Sufi holy man, he was asked that what forgiveness is. He said, it is the fragrance that flowers give when they are crushed. Okay, it is the fragrance that flowers give when they are crushed. So I hope all of you really like get inspired by the very insight that what is forgiveness. Anyway, yes, Bharat Darshan also helps in creating social awareness. True. Okay. So when we are talking about this given possibilities, we all can connect it with our social awareness. Then we can think of the fifth component, that is relationship management. So for relationship management, here we can see that there are segments pertaining to it. So relationship management is by developing skills, inspirational leadership, teamwork, coaching and mentoring, influencing, conflict management. Okay, similar terms you will find over here also. So relationship management is by inspirational leadership, developing others, influencing others, change the catalyst, conflict management, building bonds, team collaboration. All those things are something which are associated with relationship management. Then we can reflect upon techniques, right? So techniques of relationship management. Techniques of relationship management. So how to encourage that given possibility? So you first need to understand that power with rather than power over others. What is power with? Along with means I am not the one who is more powerful than others. I, along with others, am powerful. It's just that I have been provided extra, like I'm a guardian of the protection of rules and regulations. So I would be exercising it. But even a common citizen is powerful. I should not underestimate the common citizen and belittle the person, misbehave with the person, coerce action upon the person unnecessarily. So power with rather than power over others. Similarly, unconditional regard. You're not expecting anything in return. You are respecting people because you should respect people. So that's what unconditional regard towards people. You can also connect it with respect towards people. Respect towards people. And when we say respect towards people, it can be associated with those who are below us. Those who are below us. Right? We can also connect it with, we can consider the possibility of, right, like altruism develop altruism and team capabilities. Develop altruism and team capabilities, right? So if you're understanding all these techniques, hence I can conclude this fact that emotional intelligence is not the opposite of intelligence, is not the opposite of intelligence. Therefore करके लिख देती हूँ, is not opposite of intelligence. It is not the victory of heart over head, rather it is the unique intersection of both. It is the unique intersection of both, right? So this is how you can write this answer. Fine. So we are left with two more subsegments associated with this area, a bit of understanding related to difference between emotional intelligence and intellectual quotient. So like emotional quotient versus intellectual quotient, EQ and IQ, the difference between the two, and how, like, to balance the two, what are the limitations of IQ, and also how EQ can be used in bureaucracy, okay, in governance. So these are the two parts which we will be discussing. After the break, we will be resuming this session, and I'll be completing this today and starting with philosophers and thinkers. Okay, so Western philosophers and thinkers is the next sub segment that we will be starting. Okay, after altruism you'll get and team capabilities. So you'll get this. You'll get, when you are taking a printout, you will get all the words which are behind my head. Fine. So the heart overhead. Oh, sorry. Thank you for hyphenating this. I spoke correctly, but because I was thinking at a speedy rate, thus. Thank you. All right. So all those who prompted this. Not getting the fourth point, develop altruism and team capabilities. When you are exercising benevolence, kindness, all right, and you know how to manage the team, that also helps you to manage relationships if efficiently or effectively. Shalu, so I can sense that your problem is not team capabilities. Your problem is you have still not memorized the meaning of altruism, though you are getting introduced to this word for past 3 days. Isn't it, Shalu? And if it is so, then in the break, find the meaning of the word. Okay. So, yes, very good, Pulkit. So, when we are speaking of this, we'll start with IQ and EQ after the break. So, let us take a break. Time is 7:56. All right. Okay, welcome back everyone, as we are going to discuss about it, similar to recently. Yeah, okay, good. Pile all those, keep like investing in all those examples, using in the right place. Now, before we move to understand the difference between EQ and IQ, we need to understand, the utility of emotional intelligence, or we can, yeah, I mean, I think first we should just understand that utility of emotional intelligence, because there's something which we can take up little later. So, pertaining to utility of emotional intelligence. Here I can exhaustively quote emotional, like Daniel Goleman. So Daniel Goleman, he is the pioneer in, we can say, uh, research pertaining to emotional intelligence. So you will find that as he is the pioneer in the research associated with emotional intelligence, first and foremost, he spoke of performance at work. So he said that he conducted a study and found out that when we speak of it, and found out that in an organization, 80% of top performers had high emotional intelligence. Interestingly, you'll also find that 20% of bottom performers, okay, also had high emotional intelligence. So, we need to understand that emotional intelligence is necessary, but it is not the only condition to for performance at work. Okay, you also need expertise, knowledge, IQ. Okay, so it's important. It means emotional quotient is important um, for performance at work, but not the only condition. It's not the only condition. What do you need? So one needs expertise, technology. So expertise, tech know-how, the technical know-how, high IQ as well. Okay. So, but beyond doubt, emotional intelligence is the single biggest predictor of, we can say, performance at work, and the strongest driver at leadership and personal intelligence. Despite that, he said so. Okay. So, he said that emotional intelligence is the single biggest predictor of performance at work. Okay. Of performance at work, and the strongest driver of leadership and personal excellence. Okay. You can also connect it with, we can say, physical and mental health. Physical and mental health. So, with respect to physical and mental health, when we speak of this given subsegment, we can see that a person, because of anxiety, because of depression, a person can experience weight gain or a person can experience weight loss. All right. So like during examination, a lot of people have tendency to fall ill as well. Some people will realize that as they start preparing for this exam, within few years they start putting on weight, baldness, all those problems like age gaining speeds up, all of it. So we need to understand that with emotional intelligence, you have the ability to control a lot of serious repercussions, health problems that can occur. Okay, so EQ helps to control stress, and hence a lot of health related problems. Okay, so that is something which we need to understand. If a person is unable to have enough EQ, in that situation the person will have a tendency to commit suicide also. In that case, you can see that a person will not be able to cope up with anxiety, work related stress, depression. So all those possibilities are also there. Third, you can connect is relationship. When we speak of relationships, we have all types of relation: social relation, personal relation, professional relation. And for all of them, all of the given possibilities, we can see that emotional intelligence is directly proportional to the quality of relationships that one would have in life, that one would have in life. Because emotional intelligence, it controls, like, good relationships. It controls, if you're able to control your emotions, so you can also control, you can also create. Control is what? So controls emotions and creates, control emotions, and thus it creates good relations. You know how to articulate the possibility. So bullying, like, harassing, all those things you can save yourself from. Like if you remember in Three Idiots, there is the character Raju, and then there is Rancho. So Raju had very high IQ but poor EQ, and that's why towards the end of the movie Raju commits suicide, right? And Rancho is able to create a breakthrough in terms of overall social development for the people in the society. Okay, so that's what you can connect with. Again, emotional stability is needed, as you can see that even in Mahabharata, like in Gita, not Mahabharata, in Gita, you can see that uh, Krishna is saying this to Arjuna, that you have to be a sthita pragya. And who is a sthita pragya? A person exercising steady wisdom. A person exercising steady wisdom is a person having high level of emotional intelligence. Okay, so emotional stability, emotional intelligence also makes us exercise emotions with like a steady wisdom. Okay, so a sage is exercising emotions with steady wisdom. Thus a person is not getting overwhelmed by emotion. Like for example, you can recall Ravana. So Ravana had high level of IQ, high level of wisdom, but the EQ was something which was not balanced, because of which we can see that there was so much of lack of control in his life, which led to fury, anger, war, whatnot. In Bhagavad Gita also it is discussed that a person who is not disturbed by sorrow, not exuberated in pleasure, devoid of any earthly attachment, fear and anger, is a person of absolute wisdom and is a Siddha Purush exercising Sthita Pragya. Okay, so is a Siddha Purush who is exercising steady wisdom. A very beautiful quote if we speak of it. And such a person can exercise nishkama karma, or karma without attachment, work without attachment. All right, when we speak of it. So that's what we can connect with this given dimension. So emotional quotient, not quality. EQ is emotional quotient. Okay, quotient. New term, if you are not aware of it, it is emotional quotient that we speak of. I hope things are getting clear to all of you. Everyone is understanding the utility of emotional intelligence when we speak of it. Yeah. Okay. That's why I gave you the like component of sthita pragya, the term steady wisdom, and at all times exercising emotional intelligence, how to gain that wisdom, how that wisdom leads us to nishkama karma, or karma which is liberating us from any form of regrets from the past and anxieties of the future, whereby a person is only concentrating in the moment. So concentrating in the moment creates the path for liberty, and when we are liberated, we are able to perform in a much better manner when we speak of it, right? So that's there. So utility of emotional intelligence also brings, we can consider, it generates social capital for a society, because people are able to cooperate and adjust. So cooperate, okay, people cooperate, adjust, adjust, accept diversity. Similarly, we can think of the possibility of probity in governance. So it will also increase probity in governance. What is probity? It is highest form of integrity, highest form of transparency. Okay, so probity in governance can come with emotional intelligence, because you know why you need to be honest, why you need to exercise transparency, why you need to walk an extra mile for people. So you can consider this as highest form of integrity. Right? So this is how you can connect with utility of emotional intelligence. Okay. Yes, Abhijit, that can also be said. So with respect to this, now we come to respect and understand the difference between EQ and IQ. So EQ, when we speak of it, EQ, so Q is for quotient, so emotional quotient, and IQ is intelligence quotient. So when we speak of difference between EQ and IQ, so EQ is associated with our emotional possibility. That is, you remember social management and social regulation, the points. So motivation, reflectiveness, self-awareness, relationship management, organizational dynamics, social awareness, empathy, all this that we were talking about is connected to emotional quotient, EQ. Whereas when we are talking about IQ, IQ is associated with facts, knowledge. Okay, they are related to facts, related to knowledge, the technical know-how of a subject. Okay, so knowledge. So it's related to technical know-how. It is associated with architecture trade-offs, means in the work that you are performing, what are the do's and don'ts that needs to be taken care of to maximize the profit, to maximize the like production. You are expert in the technology, whatever is the technology. X is for any kind of technology. You can become a senior like architect, means architect of your life, architect of your like a work culture of your office. It also enhances your styles and patterns of working. It improves your critical thinking at work when we are speaking of this given dimension. Yeah, thank you, SME, for solving these basic queries. So yes, when we are speaking of it, Bhuvneshwari, the difference between EQ and IQ is just this much, that EQ is the measure of emotional intelligence. You are able to measure emotional intelligence. Okay, EQ. So we can consider, sorry, it should be the other way around. So the measure, EQ, the measure of emotional intelligence. How much emotional intelligence do you possess? All right. So that's how you are supposed to connect with these given possibilities. Now, when we are speaking of this emotional intelligence, okay, before I take this up, so when we are speaking of emotional intelligence, UPSC, it is considered that it conducts one of the toughest exams in the world. It puts your IQ and EQ both to test. It is considered that, like, if you're only having IQ, you can clear prelims, but in the absence of EQ, clearing mains can be very tough. Once, even a Harvard professor had said that Indian administrative services is so tough that, after clearing the administrative services exam, getting into Harvard is like walking in the park. Okay, it's like that easy in terms of competency, in terms of skills that are put to test. So we can see that there are a lot of people, like especially in the old generation of bureaucrats, who have a very high level of IQ, and that is how they are able to execute administrative policies quite efficiently. Yet, when it comes to consolidated work, like all the bureaucrats coming together and working, why is the performance sometimes so poor? That's the question that we should raise. That when such high IQ people are like put to the system, how come that performance at work goes so low when so many people with so much of expertise are put together? Because IQ is also there when we are evaluating them and getting them inside the system. So for this, I can quote a study. you know a study, like not a study, but bulky, I can say that there have been various studies which have proved this given possibility, that whenever people having competent level of high IQ are put together, means people having very high IQ, and when they are kept together, when they are brought together, it has been observed that people having high IQ, the moment they come together, the performance is quite interesting. Okay, so when we are talking about when we are talking Pasler, it's Maslow M. Okay, so when we are, but it's okay. I mean, like at least you could remember it when it was discussed earlier. So when we are talking about this given possibility, we can understand the segment that people having high IQ, like let us say, suppose their IQ is around 110. So 110, five people sitting together. If I say what will be the average IQ of the room, five IS officers having 110 plus or 120 plus IQ. So you will be like, on an average, the IQ should be something around 100, 110 or so. No, it will be 60. Yes, it will be around 60. The average IQ of the room will be 60. Why? Because people who have high IQ, and if EQ is not well developed, they will develop ego, narcissism, jealousy. Okay, and with high level of ego or narcissism or jealousy, they will compete to dominate. They will compete to dominate over each other rather than cooperate with each other. And when they are dominating to, like you know uh, like uh, coerce their possibilities over each other rather than cooperate with each other, then overall the group's IQ will drop. And when the overall group IQ will drop, that is something because of which we can see ruptures or frictions between the bureaucrats, not cooperating with each other or blame gaming with each other, like a very inevitable situation. In many cases, there is a flood relief going on, there is a, some kind of civil crisis going on, and you can see that bureaucrats sometimes, rather than cooperating with each other, they are incessantly complaining about each other, or getting into some kind of subtle blame game. Oh yes, Mr. X also works like this, or I did this but Mr. X was also proposing this, so like that. Okay, so you will see that this is something which we can talk about. So in a very gist manner, I can say that in group settings, EQ prevails over IQ in deciding the effectiveness of the group. Effectiveness of the group. Okay. If a member, क्या लिख रही हूँ? If one member in the group has low EQ, okay, she, he can lower the collective IQ. Okay, collective IQ of the entire group. And that's why you can see that sometimes what happens in parliament, earlier people used to start throwing chairs. So now there are benches, bench like structures, so you can't throw chairs, right? So throwing of chairs, we can also see like that has happened in many parliaments across the world. One person having low EQ starts using cuss words, derogatory words, mudslinging in private life, all that. And that starts a volley of or a chain of reaction per se when we are speaking of this given dimension, right? So I think, Pratham, you have received your answer as I was sharing this. Fine. So when we are like reflecting upon this given possibility, we can understand that what like unfolds in this given situation. Simultaneously, we can also reflect upon the possibility of when we are talking about needs. So these are, we can see the emotional needs, then we can see safety related needs, then belongingness related needs, esteem related needs, right? Self actualization. So the moment we are reflecting upon this given subsegment, which all of you have in before you, in front of you, we all can see that beyond a certain level, when we are reflecting upon the component of EQ and IQ, then we can see beyond a certain level of physiological or material needs, beyond a certain level of facts which you need for getting employed, for getting to understand your immediate environment. It is the EQ or the emotional intelligence that you need, and it is the emotional intelligence which helps you to establish healthy relationship with your loved ones. It is the emotional intelligence which helps you to identify what are the things associated with your prestige and self respect and self esteem, and how to regard it, how to take care of it. And it is beyond doubt emotional intelligence which guides us or takes us close to self actualization. Okay. And when it takes us to self actualization, it is something which helps us to achieve our fullest potential, including our creative activities per se. Okay. Yes, X can be any technology. That's what it implies. Okay. So, can we say emotional intelligence plus integrity plus efficiency is an ideal person? Yes. But emotional intelligence, Pulkit, incorporates integrity. Okay. If you are emotionally intelligent, it means that you will be a person of integrity. So the thing is emotional intelligence plus high energy plus efficiency, that's what we can say. So emotional intelligence, energy and efficiency will create a successful person who is ideal in nature. How to imply success per se? So we have parameters to measure IQ. How can we measure EQ? How the person is able to regulate oneself? Remember the chart which I had discussed, which was associated with self-awareness and social awareness, self-regulation and social aware, self-regulation and social regulation. Remember that chart? So that is something which can help you to understand what is the level of development of EQ, or what is the level of emotional intelligence, and what more needs to be done. All right, Zeba, fine. All of you are able to understand this bit. So we move to the next subsegment that is associated with, like we can say, emotional quotient in governance. Okay, so when we are talking about emotional quotient in governance, application of emotional intelligence in governance, maybe like before starting this given subsegment, this is like very simplistic and interesting. So before starting this, probably I can introduce a diagram and then take it up, because this diagram is something which you will be using later when we will discussing about ethical governance. The same diagram will keep rotating in multiple topics: probity in governance, ethical governance. Governance, what is governance when we speak of it? So when we are talking about application of emotional intelligence in, we can say, administration and governance, okay, so when we speak of this given dimension, we can remember this example: citizen is in the center, government is on one side, civil society is on the other side, private sector is on the other side, right? Civil society can be connected with pressure groups, NGOs, right? Self-help groups, donors, charities, associations, right? Community-based organizations, etc. Civil society is an open-ended term. Now, when we speak of it, the what is governance? When we speak of governance, this is what governance is. This framework is called governance. The greater the interaction between different entities, the better the level of governance when we speak of it. So governance is the relationship between government and citizen, the private sector and citizen, the civil society and citizen, and the relationship between them as well. Okay, when they are also interacting with themselves. Okay, so this is the chart of governance, which you can use for multiple answers when we speak of this given dimension. In diagram, the psychological needs are overlapped. Overlapped with what, Sriram? Overlapped with what when we speak of it? Yeah. So just look into the subsegment when we speak of this given dimension. Yeah. So can we write the Mahabharata quote? Whatever. So Shriram, with basic needs and belongings? No, 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 no. When we talk of psychological needs, psychological, how is it associated with physiological needs? Physiological is you need food, water, rest. If food, water, and rest is missing, a person can be denigrated to animal state. A person can become terrorist, or a person can become a criminal. That's physiological needs: food, water, warmth, rest, sex, all that. Whereas when we speak of psychological needs, it is more than the basic needs. You are very clear that you need a family. You cannot randomly hang around with people. You know that you need warm relationships in the form of friends, intimate relationships in the form of parents, partner, children. That's what. That's belongingness and love. So, how is physiological needs associated with psychological needs? Right? You got confused? Okay. Then you should be more alert and reading clearly. Now, so now, Ms. Ba, you are not understanding the diagram. Why? What's the problem? What is governance? Governance is the interaction between the government, citizen, private sector, and civil society simultaneously and competently. Simple. So, governance is what? It is like we can consider interaction between different entities, to carry forward the process of administration. So, administering, right? So, when The prime minister said that minimum government, maximum governance few years back. So, minimum government, maximum governance, what does it mean? That the role of the government will shrink. Private sector, civil society will start taking up the roles and responsibilities which earlier were directly performed by the government. So, the private sector will outsource a lot of work which the government was earlier doing. So, who will the private sector perform towards? Citizen. The civil society will take up a lot of responsibility which the government was earlier performing. So, the government will devolve the funds directly to the pressure groups or NGOs for policy implementation. So, what is towards whom is civil society performing? So, civil society is performing towards citizen when we speak of it, right? So, we all can connect it with this given dimension, that governance, private sector, civil society, citizen, the interaction between all of them is creating, we can say, governance. Okay. So, hence we can understand this given dimension, that governance is about relationships, right? Relationships between the government and the citizen, government and we can say relationships. So we can see all kinds of relation, government with citizen, right? We can say government with like private sector, government with, we can say, civil society, we can say private sector with citizen, right? Private sector with civil society, then we can say civil society with citizen. So, what is governance about? So, governance is about relationships. It's as simple as that, right? And no good relationships, no good relationships can be established. No good relationships can be established without emotional intelligence. No good relationships can be established without emotional intelligence, right? So you have to understand that relationships are the DNA of governance, because the interaction is creating governance. The interaction between the bodies is creating governance, right? Even with respect to, if I'm talking about civil services values, recall all the civil services values like impartiality, non-partisanship, if you can recall all of it, right? Non-partisanship, we can think of integrity, we can think of tolerance, accountability, objectivity, right? So when we are speaking of all these types of civil services values, and if I'm like dedication, we can see that none can be established, whether it is self-regulation or social regulation. You recall all of it and you can see that none can be established, right, in the absence of emotional intelligence. So, emotional intelligence is critical for all. It is critical for all forms of civil services values and at all levels of governance. In the absence of it, governance cannot really take place. It cannot be like put to action when we are speaking of it, right? Even when we are speaking of it, here also we can like speak of like social capital generation, probity in governance. So social capital, okay, whereby there is good relationship between people, or probity in governance. So social capital and probity in governance, right, it is something which is possible only with emotional intelligence. The absence of emotional intelligence, things cannot really function. Now, when we are understanding this possibility of emotional intelligence and role of emotion in governance, let us see how we have been taking, how we have been witnessing the role of emotions in governance. Okay, so the role of emotions in governance in classical bureaucracy, it was not recognized. If you will be reading about Max Weber, so Max Weber considered, because his notions or his theory of bureaucracy, I'll just write it down here. Weber's model of rational legal authority. Rational legal authority pertaining to bureaucracy is considered as classical theory on bureaucracy. Okay, so Weber's model of rational legal authority, if you read it, you will realize that he believes that for a bureaucrat there is no space for emotion. But the person should never ever experience emotion. Emotion is a sign of weakness. It will interfere with good judgment. It will distract. It will obstruct or slow down reasoning, the capability to decide. It will also, like, make a person inefficient by making the person tyrannical or arbitrary, choosing as per one's whims and fancy, not following rules and regulation. Because getting emotional, you are acting as per your will, as per your wish, you are not exercising it properly. Okay, in the similar manner, Utkarsh, did you join the class right now? I mean, did you just join the class? Just asking. When did you join the class? At what time did you join the class? And have you been regular? Just asking. I mean, just a simple plain query. So, when we are speaking of this given dimension, we all can reflect upon emotions in bureaucracy can also weaken neutrality or non-partisanship. It can also impact objectivity. It can complicate planning. It can undermine management. So, Weber considered emotions to be harmful, emotions to be, like we can say, derogatory, not so healthy. Okay, not so, we can say, strengthening with respect to we can say the functioning of bureaucracy per se. Okay, Utkarsh, I asked something. Are you still present in the class, or have you, after raising your question, you have got distracted? Because I'm raising the question and he is just gone. So that was a different boy. So he said, ma'am, yellow is not readable. See, this is the power of comprehension and emotional intelligence, that the moment a child writes, yellow is not readable, you are surprised, because the entire lecture with in this purple background has been written in yellow. Then you're like, was this child really present throughout the lecture? Because then the problem should have persisted in the entire lecture and in 10 sessions. So very true, right? So that's why I asked. Okay, your internet was weak, all right. Because I was really charged up, because your DP was familiar. I've seen you in the class present and active. So it was not the question associated with 10 sessions, but today's session, yes. It's like, what's the issue? That the child is raising this, that yellow is not readable. So, okay, it was related to your internet connectivity. See, this is how you have to, like, develop your emotional intelligence. This is how it builds your capability to respond and react to a situation, where you can see the past and see the potential in the future. You can read people, you can comprehend their tendencies. I mean, like what you see I do in the class is nothing out of box. You will be very like you'll be capable with ease to sense things by by the way people talk, whether like in speech or in writing. You'll be able to sense things, see things through, because emotional intelligence gives you the power of interpretation, power or the capability to connect at a deeper level, at a finer level. All right. So, all right, Akula. So, with respect to this, when we are talking about classical bureaucracy on the issue of emotions, it was resistant to emotions. It did not want to see the role of emotions in bureaucracy. But the modern bureaucracy and modern neuroscience on emotions, it is supportive of it. It suggests that no, emotions are necessary because it makes us effective. It is a sign of strength and empathy and compassion. It helps us to have good judgment, because with emotional quotient, we can see the broader picture, the broader context of what's happening, how is it happening, and how to create a long term breakthrough along with immediate change. It can keep us motivated. Remember the 5 segments which we discussed with respect to the components of emotional intelligence and how to enhance it. So just recall all that. So it motivates us, it speeds up, it helps us in reasoning, it helps you to build trust and connection with people. Okay, it helps you to actively engage with ethics, with values. All right, you can see that it can also help you to get some clarity in feedback and how to indulge in grievance redressal towards the people. Okay, it can also encourage you with creativity and innovation, and it can also enhance leadership skills when we speak of it. Yes, emotions will help you to connect with people in a better way. It is helpful for managing people on an average, because you know what is the concern and how to respond to it effectively. That's something which we can consider. From human being to being human. Yeah, I mean, like, that's a personal journey. But here we are talking about a social, political position, Pulkit. So bureaucracy is when you have already being a social human being, and the status of being human is already established. I mean, if you're not being human, first and foremost, you cannot be selected in bureaucracy. So bureaucracy doesn't make you a human. You are already a human, like being human, humanity, being there, then only you get selected. So that's what. Okay. In the absence of humanity, that can be tedious with respect to this. So, how many marks in case study is considered good? Okay, 10 is fair. 10 is fair. 12 to 13 on an average can be achieved. On a very high side, 14 also can be achieved. But 12 to 13 is comfortably achievable, Ilma. But 10 is fair. You can just keep proceeding further. All right. So I hope all of you are understanding that how emotional intelligence is important for like maintenance function, regulation function, regulating relations, establishing good relationship between the managers and the juniors. If like emotional intelligence is not there, then a manager or the bureaucrat will take all the credit. It was I who did it. So taking credit from the juniors. Okay. And if the person has high emotional intelligence, the person will not only engage in welfare function, but also know how to regulate the team, how to conduct the spirit of the team, keep them motivated, regard their, we can say, contribution, and keep them enthusiastic, enthused to work. Okay, so that's something which all of us can connect when we are speaking about this given subsegment. So Weber, he viewed bureaucracy as a machine to implement decisions made by political executives. The values of impartiality, neutrality, anonymity, objectivity, he considered that these values are as such that a bureaucrat should stay away from emotions. But it is later day bureaucracy and thinkers associated with post-Weberian model. Please remember, this is also called post-Weberian model. So thinkers associated with post-Weberian model of bureaucracy. Okay, so the post-Weberian model of bureaucracy will be speaking like positively about emotions. It will be saying that emotions are not a stumbling block, rather they are facilitators. Emotions aid us to stay motivated, spirited, creative, contributive, empathetic towards the larger concerns of the people, and balances the spirit of the team, helps like us, like leader, to regulate the team better, its energy better. All right. So here we are able to connect this wholesome segment pertaining to emotional intelligence with governance. All right. So when we are talking about this given dimension, we can further carry forward our attention to the next chapter. Here, henceforth, we complete this chapter and we move to contribution of moral philosophers and thinkers. I again repeat this thing which I have already shared in the previous session, that We will be dealing with moral philosophers and thinkers when it comes to India and world. So the India part I have already provided in ethics notes. Please go through that, the ethics notes. I've already provided quite detailed component associated with Swami Vivekananda, Ramakrishna Paramhansa. Like, you have read in history like Buddhism, Jainism, right? The Jain Tirthankaras. You can think of the possibility pertaining to Mahatma Gandhi, okay, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So all these people, I have also provided you notes. I will help you with question and answer method, that how you can deal with West, like Indian philosophers and thinkers. If a question is asked, how to respond. Through the structure, I will discuss some extra thinkers or extra perspective, like some 2 3 questions I will discuss, so that your basic understanding is built how to respond to the answers. I will just take you to Western philosophers and thinkers which you are not aware of, and it is not in any part of the syllabus. Means it is not a part of, we can say, the paper 1 history syllabus also. So Western philosophers and thinkers is untouched. So I'll give undue attention to that part first. Second, there are a lot of philosophers and thinkers. There's no list like which can be exhaustive enough when we are talking about Western philosophers and thinkers in totality. So if I'm talking about Western philosophers and thinkers in totality, I can like give you this insight that, like, there's no end to the name of philosophers and thinkers that can be taken and concepts can be asked. UPSC, like for example, it has quoted Erik Erikson. The focus was more on the quotation rather than who Erik Erikson as a person was. Similarly, if there are quotations pertaining to other thinkers whose name you have never heard, don't get bothered that, oh my god, I don't know the philosophy or the perspective of the thinker, so how will I get marks? Because there's no end to remembering thinkers. Like UPSC has never quoted Noam Chomsky, but Chomsky can be quoted, Amartya Sen can be brought in, Michel Foucault can be brought in, there can be Derrida who can be brought in. Like, and all these thinkers you will not find on an average, like in the standard ethics books which are in print. But the truth is, you cannot restrict the examiner that how dare you ask something which is not in the book, because the syllabus is open ended. The syllabus says contributions of West moral philosophers and thinkers from India and world. So the nature of questions can be as open as, like, I can say, dynamic as possible. In Indian thinkers and philosophers, you hardly read about Ram Manohar Lohia, but Ram Manohar Lohia's principles pertaining to socialism and how it is different from, like we can say, the Russian version of socialism. How is it different? That kind of perspective can be raised via a quotation. So you cannot say that, that, like for example, few years back there was a question associated with this Tiruvalluvar. So Tiruvalluvar's work, that is Tirukural, was asked, okay, and an exhaustive dimension was taken up when we are speaking of it. So, when we are talking about this given possibility, we all can connect with, like the dimensions or the dynamics pertaining to what ought to be, like we can say, contributive, or what ought to be created in terms of who they are and what kind of potential questions can be raised. So there is no end to preparing this specific area, because this area, please understand, is the most dynamic area. So I will encourage you to understand how questions are asked and how you ought to respond to those questions. I'll start with that as well. In sociology, we have read Western thinkers and philosophers with limitation, Payal, with limitation. All right. So when we are talking about it, with limitation, you have not read a lot of philosophers and thinkers, even in sociology. Even students of political science students also read a lot of thinkers and philosophers, but there is always a limitation to it. Okay. So when we are talking about it, first question is, why are we talking about philosophers and thinkers? Why is it a part of our syllabus? The reason this component is a part of our syllabus, because how will we understand and achieve ideals or models of thinking? We achieve the models and ideals of thinking by, we can say, like intellectuals who are able to guide us to what is right and what is wrong, how to arrive at our understanding pertaining to right and wrong. And it is that that gives us the possibility of that's a very interesting response, SME, towards what Kimika said. So, like Kivika said, that's interesting. Now, so when we are speaking of this given dimension, uh, pertaining to why this component has been incorporated. So it is like because a child has not been exposed to philosophers and thinkers academically during school days or during college days, so it is expected that by reading about these philosophers and thinkers, at least at this stage, you learn how to question life. You learn how to question purpose. You learn how to question whether an act or a decision is guided by right set of principles and ethics or not. Okay, so that's the purpose of introducing this chapter in your syllabus. And when everyone is talking that what we are saying is right, and there are different schools of thought, so when different people are talking about different things, and yet everyone is claiming that we are right, so how are they different from each other, and yet how we need to respond to them? That is something which needs to be developed, because different philosophers will talk about right things, right, but yet differently and with different ways of understanding the idea of right and wrong. So then emerges the question then that what is then truly right, what is then truly correct, right? So that's why it's very important for all of us to understand the, we can say, dynamics pertaining to what is right and what is wrong, and how to understand different perspectives, different ideologies, and we can say the interpretations of the philosophers and thinkers. Okay, you can also see that because they have different ethical approaches, so they have different approaches to what is right. Okay, like for example, John Locke, Rousseau, Voltaire, Bentham, John Stuart Mill, all these thinkers are like there, who are talking about what is the right way to exist and how the society ought to move in the right way. Yet their suggestions, their interpretations, their thought process is quite different, with different types of, we can say, approaches and insights. So we need to understand that what their perspective is, and how that perspective can be put to good use in the paper of ethics or essay. Even in essay, how to put that perspective, that insight, that wisdom to use. Now, what kind of questions are asked associated with, we can say, this topic? I mean, if this chapter is in our syllabus, so what are the questions associated with this area? So when we are talking about the types of questions raised from this chapter, we can see there are two types of questions. Okay, two types of questions when we speak of it. So with respect to this, yes, I had just given as a hint point. So there are two types of questions when we speak of it. Okay, so the first type of question is the direct question. Direct questions are very direct in nature, like they can just straight away ask you, like, discuss the philosophy of Gandhi, or Gandhi's seven deadly sins, or John Rawls' principle, or Kautilya's concept pertaining to governance. Very straightforward questions, direct questions. Then second can be quotation based questions. Okay, quotation based questions are the ones when we are speaking of it. So quotation based questions are the ones who can be also said application based question or indirect question. Okay, so quotation based question or application based question or indirect question, how are they raised? So first and foremost, they, like, you should not be scared of seeing these so called indirect questions. This is also called indirect questions. So you should not be scared of seeing the indirect questions. You need to understand that how to write them, how to interpret them. That's what, if you understand how to interpret, you can really fight these questions fit. Okay, like, let us say, let me give you an example associated with it when we are speaking of it. So we all can see, suppose there is a question like, be the change you want to see, you want to see in the world. Okay, so this quotation of Mahatma Gandhi, and this question is given, suppose, okay, Mahatma Gandhi, and you are supposed to interpret it. So the moment you see this given question, you develop a sense of clarity and understanding that you're like, okay, fine, this is the quotation. So majority of the students will be like, let me explain this quotation. After explaining this quotation, let me repeat the sentence once again, like in other terms, with new terms, and then explain it with some other, like we can say, short stories, okay, some kind of short story or something. So please understand, this is not the right way, that explaining a quotation and writing a short story or an anecdote and your answer is getting done. No, when you are writing the answer like this, it is more like a mini essay. The question is not asked as a mini essay. You have to establish as many links as possible for such questions, as many links as possible. This is more like a game of wisdom. If you are able to exercise your wisdom, you are able to prove it to the examiner that you are a well read person and well rounded person, and you can connect one quote with multiple pieces of wisdom which is similar in nature, and you have arrived at it earlier. Okay, so like for example, you have to like explain this specific quotation. So what are the steps, that should be followed for solving a quotation based question? Now pay attention to it keenly, the way I explain that you should be following it. So first, like you should start to like explain this given dimension, that how, first explain how one needs to change oneself first. Okay, before changing the world, one needs to change oneself first. After that, in the second para, after explaining this, okay, second para or second bullet, whatever you consider, give examples from Gandhiji's life, how he has exercised. This statement is not a mere statement, how he believes in this statement and he has put it to action. So give examples from Gandhiji's life. Like for example, you can think of his sense of dressing, his idea of sanitation. So he used to clean his own toilet. So his idea of sanitation, the Dandi March, you can think of it, Dandi March, salt satyagrah, salt satyagrah. So whatever change he wanted to bring about in the society, okay, you can remember the incident of Jaggery, but Jaggery incident will be too much, so you can avoid. Okay, though I have already given you this example of Jaggery incident, but I think that it will be little stretchy, so you can avoid the Jaggery incident. All right. Now, when we are speaking of this given dimension, so Gandhiji's life, you can quote and substantiate that how this sentence, which is proposed before all of you, how this sentence is not a mere sentence, it was a way of life for him. Then after that, in the third para, discuss what other philosophers have said, about this statement. This statement. Try to establish cross connections. Okay, try to establish cross connections. Cross connections, how? So try to recall if something similar has been like spoken by someone else. Okay, for example, think if Buddha has said something similar. Think if like stoicism we'll be talking about. So if stoic philosophy has incorporated any such insight, think if Confucius has said something like this. Okay, so if I'm talking about Confucius, like Confucius, oh, kya likh diya? So if I'm talking about, like, let's say Confucius, I can think of he is speaking something similar. So he said, do unto others, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This was something which was also written in the novel Chitralekha by Bhagwati Sharan Verma. He said, what is the sin? A sin is nothing but doing something to others which we won't like if it happens to us. So if we won't like that thing happens to us, but we are doing that to others. So similar thought was given by Confucius: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So do the same thing to others what you would expect they to do to you. Okay, that is something. Be the change you want to see in the world. You do what change you want to see in the world. So they are going in consonance with each other. So bring in a quotation which is in consonance with it. Then after this, in the fourth para, you can bring in, we can say, present day relevance. Present day relevance. Discuss why such a quotation has been asked today. So why such a quotation is relevant today. Give examples associated with it. For example, you can say that everyone wants clean environment, wants clean environment without maintaining cleanliness, spitting on the street, throwing and garbage, littering the street, but they want clean environment. So everyone wants clean environment without observing cleanliness, without observing cleanliness, right? So you can think of similar examples like pertaining to, we can say, corruption. People want a corruption free environment, but when it comes to them, they are unable to exercise the same attitude. Bring the same thing associated with climate change, right? So climate change, all this, right? Again, you can so basically you have to give this dimension. And then in the conclusion, you can also give, let's say, walk the talk. Why it is important to walk the talk. It is also possible that in conclusion you can give a counter perspective, or the second last point in the conclusion. Before you give walk the talk, you can also give like a counter perspective. So counter perspective, for example, this happened in the DGP of UP had given, okay, a few years back. The DGP of UP was asked that why is crime rate so very high in UP. Okay, so I'm giving this example to you. So DGP UP, okay, when he was asked that why crime rate was high. So why crime rate was high, when this was asked from him, then to which he responded that like he did not give the answer. He said that why do you people elect criminals to power. Okay, so he responded, why uh, you people means the masses, elect criminals to power. When criminals will come to power, then we will have to protect them, going by the protocol, following the rules and regulation. So when you are choosing them as your politicians, when you are garlanding them after they get elected, why don't you think that the basic attitude of the person is to violate law and order, is to make hate speeches, is to hurt people, abuse people? So that is what the person will exercise once the person comes to power. So if the person is coming to power, that's what the person would exercise per se. So how come, or why should I get into the possibility of thinking thinking of saying that why there is high rate of crime? Who is responsible for the high rate of crime? Are you exercising that change on ground level, or are you merely expecting something to happen without you contributing towards it? So provide the counter perspective that be the change you want to see in the world when we are speaking of it. So it can also be associated with this given dimension, that when we are talking about social problems happening around us, somewhere we are responsible for it. So until and unless we don't change our attitude, our tendency towards it, we cannot really experience the coveted change that we want to unfold in our society. All right, walking the talk. Well, Zeba, it means that whatever you are like preaching, you are practicing the same. So preaching is talk, and walk is you are like, practicing the same. Common sense. Okay. So in China, there are bureaucracy is very strict. They don't hesitate to fire their own citizens. Yeah, because as per the political attitude, so will be the nature of action. So if political attitude is too, I would say, regimented and arbitrary, then the bureaucrats will be trained to behave like that. All right. And so you can understand that they won't be encouraged to go for sensitivity training and all that stuff. Please understand that as per the political attitude of a country, so will be the dimensions which we can speak of. All right. Yes, Suguna, a similar idea was also spoken by Confucius. Isn't it possible? Okay. So when we are talking about this given subdimension, this is how you are supposed to handle the questions pertaining to quotations. So all those students who ask that, ma'am, how to handle the answers, this is how you are supposed to handle this given possibility. All right. So should we write essays related to it in this manner? Yes, you can also attempt essays like this, but in essay, a lot of other detailed segments can come, because essay is not a 150-word answer. It is like 1200 words. It is almost, we can say, 7 to 8 times the size of a regular GS answer. So there are a lot of segments which can get incorporated. So when we are starting with this given subtype or subtopic, we all can understand the segment of, like, these application based questions and how we are supposed to bring in. So whenever you get a question, try to think, has Buddha spoken something similar? Has Jainism incorporated a similar philosophy or a principle? Stoicism, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, all like philosophers, thinkers, or philosophies pertaining to religion, have any of them discussed about it? Have any of them incorporated the insights related to it? If yes, then just talk about it. Then just explain it. Okay, that's how you're supposed to like go ahead with these kind of questions. Then only you will be able to bring about wisdom related to this area. So when we are going to talk about philosophers and thinkers, moral philosophers and thinkers, what is philosophy? So philosophy, it is coming from the word philosophia, and which is coming from philos and sophos. So when we are talking about philos and sophos, so philo and sophos, so we can see philo, love for wisdom. That's what it like interprets roughly into. So love for wisdom. And when you have love for wisdom, then who is a philosopher? If we speak on this basis, then who is a philosopher? Any of us is a philosopher in that case, right? So philosopher is anyone who seeks wisdom. Anyone who seeks wisdom is a philosopher. So you and I are at different pedestrials of philosophy. Hence, we all, in different degrees, are a philosopher when we speak of this. Okay. So when we are talking about like this given dimension, even I can connect it with Vedas. Vedas, you can see it is coming from the root word with dhatu se nikalta. And with, when we speak of it, it is to know, to know. Similarly, when we see the Brahmanas, okay, in history you must be studying in ancient Indian history. So Brahmanas are coming from the word like in pursuit of the Brahma. And what is Brahma? Brahma is the ultimate explanation of the universe, the cosmos, and the human mind. Okay. Brahma is like associated with someone who is constantly seeking knowledge. Okay. And Brahma, because the entity is seeking knowledge, it's constantly expanding, and that's why it is said that Brahmand, that is the universe, is constantly expanding. Okay. And when we say Brahmanas, Manas means mind, and Brahma is something which is constantly expanding. So when the mind is constantly expanding, so ideas which constantly help to expand the mind are a part of the Brahmanas when we speak of it. And that's why I said that with darshan, dhyan, and karma, like with observation, introspection, and brainstorming and application, we are able to gain knowledge and wisdom over the time period. Okay. So you have to constantly put some insights of psychology also in the process, whereby you learn how to observe, how to rationalize things, how to regulate the self, how to regulate the society, how to have self awareness, how to have social awareness, and simultaneously be motivated to seek answers. That's why psychology aids, boosts, assists our journey in philosophy. Our philosophical journey is boosted or aided with psychology when we speak of it. Okay. Similarly, when we are speaking of it, you can understand that philosophy is the mother of all disciplines. When I speak of it being mother of all disciplines, you can connect it with a lot of segments. Like, let's say if I'm saying natural sciences, which is also associated with natural philosophy. So it is study of the physical world. And when I say study of the physical world, so it is associated with what? It is associated with like physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy. Okay. So, like, right. So that is something which is associated with natural philosophy. Then we have the subsegment of moral philosophy. Moral philosophy is the study of what is right and what is wrong, because as the word moral goes, so what is right and what is wrong, as simple as that. It is associated with meta ethics, the larger domain of ethics. It is associated with descriptive ethics. It is associated with normative ethics. I've discussed all these segments previously. I'm just giving you so that you can recall all of it and connect as the base of this chapter. Okay. Similarly, we can also see after moral ethics, we can connect it with metaphysical philosophy. Metaphysical philosophy. So, metaphysical philosophy will be the study of the abstract, and the study of the abstract will deal with what is the idea of God. So, idea of God. What is religion? Okay, so religion, all these will be studied in like metaphysical philosophy. Similarly, we can have political philosophy. When a person studies political philosophy, the person does PhD in political science. So PhD, what is PH? Philosophy. Philosophy in doctorate of political science. Okay. Similarly, we can have like in social, so social philosophy. Social philosophy, someone who's understanding that is the person who's like doing PhD in sociology, right? Philosophy in doctorate in sociology. So you need to understand that philosophy is an endless discipline. It is associated with all disciplines. That's why there used to be MPhil in every subject, masters in philosophy. Later, MPhil was removed, directly PhD is now what we pursue. So PhD is philosophy in doctorate of that discipline. Means every discipline has the nature of intense inquiry and arriving at a universal principle, a universal wisdom. That space and scope of learning is there in every discipline. Even if you see Newton's book, so Newton's book, the name of the book was Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. So mathematical principles of natural philosophy. So philosophy, you can understand that it is mother of all subjects when we are speaking of this. So like you see Da Vinci, he drew a diagram of a plane, an airplane, and that is how the world first got introduced to the imaginative, innovative, or the creative idea. And then people worked behind the mathematics of it, the physics of it. Okay. So the we can understand the same thing, like, and when we are talking about the same associated with aeroplane, Da Vinci is making a structure of it, and literature or aesthetics talks of it in stories, in narratives, like Pushpak Viman in Ramayana. So Pushpak Viman in Ramayana, why is it a part of literature? Because we could not prove. Literature can be a part of oral tradition, or it can be a part of, we can say, our imagination. It may not be true. So that's why we can see that first, when we are talking about the world of philosophy, things can first come in the world of ideas, creativity, perspectives, and then it can concretize as scientific principles, disciplines, and that's how the technology comes in action. So there is a possibility first the idea is coming, imagination is coming, imagination is a part of aesthetics, literature, and later the form is coming. The form is coming with scientific inquiry, principles, and establishing all those patterns, right? So that is how you are able to develop your basic insights, you are able to establish the basic principles. Okay. So that's why you'll realize that everything in the world is starting with philosophy. Everything in the world. And any person who is a wise person cannot ignore philosophy for becoming better, for growing and evolving. Okay. So that's why you need to understand that the world of ethics is a behavioral science. It is neither, when someone asks, is it a science or is it an arts? So we can understand that it is behavioral science because it's helping us to understand and interpret human behavior systematically, human cultures and civilizations systematically. It is helping us to interpret how the organizational structures are coming into existence, how the, we can say, the possibility of these communities are coming into existence. Okay, so that is something which you can understand. In the similar manner, when we are talking about the philosophical inquiry, we can see that it is philosophy which is bringing in the beauty of life before all of us. It is bringing in the three ideals or aesthetics of life before all of us. Like, you must have heard Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram. What is Satyam? Satyam is truth, and truth is based on what? Logic. Similarly, what is Shivam? Shivam is beauty, and beauty is associated with aesthetics. Aesthetics, which is associated with art, culture, drama, painting, dance. It is associated with architecture. So, aesthetics, something which is like, associated with the aesthetic pleasure of life. And then comes the component of Sundaram. And Sundaram is something which is associated with the righteous beauty of life. The righteous beauty of life is associated with what? Ethics. So it is the combination of ethics, aesthetics, and logic which is commanding principles of our life, which are the three ideals of our life, which is helping us to be. And imagine, so that's how we arrive at philosophy, even through philosophical texts, religious texts. This Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram concept, which is related to logic, aesthetics, and ethics, is also mentioned in the Shiva Purana, if we are speaking of it. Okay, so when I'm talking about Shivam, it is associated with aesthetics, the beauty, the aesthetics around. Okay, so yes, I repeat myself when we are speaking of it. The sense of Sundaram is associated with beauty. You might think, oh, Sundaram means beauty. What is beauty? How does the word look beautiful to you when things are right and according to you? How will things be right and according to you when ethical principles will be followed? Got it, all of you? Right? So when we are speaking of all these given perspectives pertaining to philosophy, that is something giving us an idea that how philosophy is important for all of us and how it works towards us. So then when we are speaking of this, all these given segments I've already discussed. So the three ideals of life, that is Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram, when we are talking of it. So logic, aesthetics, and ethics, this is something which is determining our life. And that's why it is important to study philosophy, and that's why it is important to know philosophy through the enquiries of moral philosophers and thinkers. And with this brief background, we can step into who the moral philosophers and thinkers are from the Western world pertaining to different stages and eras. That is, ancient era, medieval era, modern era, and contemporary era. All right. So, this is something which we will be starting with Monday onwards. All right. So, that is something which we will be starting with Monday onwards. Yogendra, consult the sheet of first day lecture. You will get to know moral philosophy. Okay. Moral philosophy is pertaining to our ideas of right and wrong. Just connect with that. All right. So, we'll continue with this chapter Monday onwards. So, this is what, like, go through the notes. I'll also get some material posted for all of you. So, go through that material as well over the weekend. Thank you, all of you. Take care. Have a good day. Confirm.